The road to VCT Ascension 2025 is long and savage. Across 3 stages, Challengers NA teams have battled for their shot at promotion. Each stage features a Swiss group stage and a top 8 double elimination playoffs. Teams earn circuit points based on their playoff finish. The deeper you go, the more you earn. First place qualifies for the Ascension tournament. Then 80 points for second place, down to 30 points for 8th. Consistency is key. Every point matters. At the end of Stage 3, 2 teams will move on. The Stage 3 champion qualifies directly. The top team in circuit points takes the second spot. If one team claims both, the next best in points ascends. Consistency, dominance, clutch factor. That's what it takes to rise. Welcome to the fight for VCT Ascension.
Way too far back from it to GMT has the perfect timing.
Facing down an Odin.
And Inspire is just gonna double down. Caillou caught. I will get away with 1, 2 now. Come on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. Three, and there's your real fragger talking.
Well, folks, maybe Labor Day, but we play Valorant. We simply don't stop. Welcome to Valorant Challengers League North America Playoffs. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Ash, and a surprise guest. We have Lemon Kiwi on the desk. I've kidnapped her. We're here. She's staying. No more casting because she's all mine. Hi, Lemon.
Hi. It's so good to be with my favorite people, and my other favorite people are on the call, and we have the best talent, and we also have the best teams. We only have 4 left, guys.
I know. It is. I mean, Ash, you've been here with me for a while on the desk during playoffs. It has been so hard to watch these teams kind of like get whittled away, but what a pleasure it's been to see like the TSMs rise, the cores rise.
Every single team in playoffs has just had this storyline behind them that you can't help but root for. But into this final 4, that's where I feel like those storylines get even stronger. TSM, last week, they secured at minimum their spot within Ascension, which is huge for them to be able to return as another representative of NA. And then for the rest, like QOR has been going on this insane run throughout this stage.
And of course, if you weren't able to join us last week, well, it's okay. Let's sit back, relax. We'll take you on a journey. Because last week we had the games of Cube versus Maryville University and Winthrop University versus TSM. Just a day of collegiate. Lemon, I don't know if you saw the Cube versus Maryville game, but that was a game that we saw like Maryville come back and then Cube kind of come back, but then eventually it just turned into a Cube masterclass.
Yeah, it was just a slugfest all around, and it's just been cool to see like the rise of the collegiate teams. Like it was always just the story of Winthrop, the spotlight on them, but Maryville showing up this season and to push, I would say, a top 2, top 3 team to their absolute limits bodes to, I think Maryville can come back next season and be even stronger than that. But Cubert have definitely been humbled. Envy have had their armor broken too. So these matches in playoffs have been pure entertainment.
I know. It's one of those things where if you haven't paid attention, I feel like I say this every time, Lemon, like literally every single time, go back and watch the VODs. Guys, you are missing such great Valorant for these people, especially from Maryville University who have started school, right? These are folks who are still like are working to get their degree, which is absolutely insane. And this map on Corrode was such a lights out moment. And I agree with you, Lemon, that Maryville University have kind of really made a name for themselves in the challenger scene where it was just kind of Winthrop. And now they are taking it home. And our next match, which will show up on the screen soon, was Winthrop versus TSM. But also commiserations from Maryville University for no longer being in playoffs. But we are going to go on to TSM versus Winthrop. This was, I believe, a split, I'm going to call it decision, but prediction, Ash. But we saw a game that was like TSM, like we've never seen them before, Ash.
Yeah, I think that this for TSM, they looked so good on Icebox. But talking about this bind map first, I feel like Winthrop have definitely got to be kicking themselves a little bit. They started off so strong on this map, that 8-4, and then TSM, they stole that momentum forward, right? But the thing is, like you were saying, Winthrop are not quite down and out yet. They need QOR to lose both of their matches. So as long as QOR does not make that grand finals match, then Winthrop are still able to make Ascension. But if QOR do make it to that grand final, then Winthrop will lose out on their spot. So it's not over for this team yet, this collegiate squad that has shown to be such a powerhouse and consistent presence throughout VCL this year. But it is difficult, I think, when you're sitting back and you're watching and your future is no longer in your hands.
I think the players I've spoken to, anytime, like, you know, their future, like MIBR for champs, for example, when they have to watch another team play for them, essentially, and get their spot, I've never seen players so nervous. I've seen players be so calm before, like, grand finals matches, Ash.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to Cortezia, and I'm like, how you feeling? He's like, not good, not good. Because he's watching the literal fate of his year be played in other people's hands. And then you become the biggest fan of a team that you don't work for, which is so exciting. But again, we have these 2 games today with Envy versus QOR and TSM versus Cube, a upper and lower bracket smackdown. We love to see it, and I'm so excited. If you're just joining us, or you're deciding to spend a Labor Day on a random stream, we have a banger first match for you. It is TSM versus Sentinels Cubert Academy. And Ash, I mean, what a year Cubert Academy has had. Kind of not floundering, that's the wrong word, but having a bit of a slower start in the beginning of the year, and then just immediately turning it around and soaring. My God.
Yeah, it's definitely been a roller coaster ride for Cubert Academy. I think something that we've always talked about are like the role swaps and the changes that have been going like throughout those roles for Cubert Academy throughout the entire season, right? And then finally finding their rhythm here in stage 3. If you guys weren't here from the start of VCL in 2025, it was a lot of Redux swapping over to controller, swapping over to Sentinel, not playing that duelist, and then going back and forth, and then being back onto that duelist role. And the same thing with Knights as well, like switching between several roles before really finding his home back onto that controller that he originally started on with Rankers. And he is so good on it. And the 2 new additions within Caillou and Satellite really brought things together. I think it helped the role situation that Cubert were in. And since then, they were on that winning streak throughout the Swiss stage. And unfortunately, they did lose that that matchup, that head-to-head up against Envy once again in that upper bracket semifinal just last week. But man, they look unstoppable otherwise.
Yeah, and at least you're happy to be facing Envy in an upper bracket situation. And it was kind of after this extended break, because Cubert were the only team to be flawless in that regular season. Yeah. They go to playoffs, that's after that extended break. They got like a good little warm up against Box of Rockets, and then, you know, you go against basically the back-to-back stage champs. So I wasn't surprised to see Cubert drop that, but I could totally expect a re-encounter later on. And I just am such a fan of this iteration of Cubert Academy under the leadership or the calling of Caillou that has really transformed this team into a much more settled and structured team when going into these big maps.
Yeah, and I mean, that last map we saw between Envy and Cube literally could have gone either way. It was, I believe it was like a double overtime with triple overtime. I was there. It was so long I don't remember, because I remember Dan joked about it being 30 rounds, and it was remarkably close to that. And I'm glad it wasn't 30. I think it was like 28 rounds, so it was 15-13. Is that math? Math. But moving on, I'm glad you highlighted Knights, Ash, because that's a player we want to highlight today. And if you guys have not had the pleasure of watching Knights, I mean, Lemon, he is just lights out when it comes to playing this game.
Absolutely. And he's been building himself so much as a player, both personally and professionally. And Ash has already pointed out all the roles, like from Senti to Duelist to Smokes. And I like the name Knights as an Omen player too. Like you're putting the nighttime everywhere. But he feels like he's reaching a point, and Smokes have been a really good role for him. And I think he's settling well onto this team. And I think that you have this new calling coming in, and Knights was lights out, dropping 54 and 42 in that match against Maryville. So he's also that playmaker as I guess a pseudo duelist on the Open.
And it's such a, I feel like, you know, like watching his role switches and such, it's just, it makes sense, right? Like he is someone who has all this experience, has the mechanics to back it up, and it just always finds himself at the right place at the right time, loves to be in the action, which is like, we've seen some Omens like that in Challengers, but not all of them are like that. So it's super exciting to see someone kind of take not the initiative, but take that road of an Omen controller. I know I don't in my ranked games. I'm a lurking baiting Astra. Speaking of Astras, there's an Astra on TSM, which is our who Cube will be facing today. And Ash, I said it before. This is a team. If lightning can strike twice, it is happening now with this kind of repeat of last year, this lower bracket run, making it to Ascension. That is, again, it happened last year. It can happen again this year.
The thing is, I think with TSM right now as well, I feel like this is a squad that has a lot of momentum behind them. They just had like a pretty flawless run for the Fun Haver GG Back to Basics event that was just happening over this weekend. So they've been playing nonstop since their match up against Winthrop University just last week. It's been that continuous grind, playing matches up until like yesterday, and now being back into Challengers today. This team has been working so hard. We really did see Seven come alive, I feel like, in this stage as well. He's always been such a consistent player, but I really have been loving seeing him on the chamber, being able to activate just a little bit more. And TSM has definitely been finding the rhythm here as well.
Yeah, and just, I like that you pointed out the Fun Haver tournament, because it's one thing to scrim, to practice, to be in ranked, but it's another to be in an actual official match, where just some players take it like way more seriously when there's actually something on the line. So that's a great warm-up. And TSM are known to have these slower starts in the season, but they've been win streaking from there on out, and losing to Envy in playoffs, understandable. They're a top 2 team. Not a lot of teams can do that, but beating Winthrop, to me, that was evidence that TSM can belong in that top 3, and they're this wild card that I think a lot of teams would want to avoid TSM, because they just have all the right pieces. It's just whether or not they come together on the day, because when this team hits their peak, there's not a lot of teams that can stop them.
And I think, you know, there's might be some people in chat or watching who are like, well, they've already qualified for Ascension, right? Like, or like they don't need to work hard. Or like they don't need to like try as hard. I think you doubt how motivated these players are. They are some of the most highly competitive and intense players we have in Challengers, excuse me. And one of those players is Mr. Seven. I heard he 8-9, but we'll forgive him for that. But Seven, that was a good one. Girl.
I know you had that written down, right?
No.
Surely. We have these written down though.
Yeah. But Seven, I mean, Ash, you talked about him activating on the chamber. He is someone I have loved watching over the Challenger scene, because he is just cerebral.
He really is. And I think that that's what I'm so excited about in this as well, is like we have like these 2 godlike flex players about to go up against each other once again in this TSM versus Cubert matchup. The other side of that being Nismo, right? And Seven has just proven to be so flexible and so comfortable in every single role that we see him in, and he was so instrumental in that matchup up against Winthrop as well, like playing on that chamber, going 27 and 13 in that first map to help TSM take it home when they were down 8-4 in that first half. Like, it's just insane, like the dynamicism I think you see out of his gameplay, the ability to see him be extremely disciplined, but then also knowing those right moments to take a risk.
Absolutely. Yeah. And to know how to like enable your duelist in that moment, like in an era post sim, we were wondering, what is TSM going to look like? Can Timotino be enabled in the same way after Seven had so much synergy and chemistry with other players? But man, Seven has carried so much responsibility for this team, whether it's like being on the flash initiators for the longest time, one of the best. I mean, kind of mirroring Nismo and other great talents in the scene. But Seven is now trying to be the playmaker on chamber in a more sentinel heavy meta. So I've been a huge fan of what Seven's been able to bring to the table and how he's been able to adjust with like a new duelist on the roster.
And let's be clear, he is a playmaker. Last week when you saw him play, he literally was so impressed with himself, he backed up and shook his hand out like it was hot. You know, like he's having these incredible moments, and he knows it too. And when you're kind of like on fire and you're feeling yourself, that is unstoppable. But it's a bit of hot second since these teams have faced each other. In fact, it was April 17th. I was a different woman on April 17th. And, but this is Sentinel's Cubert Academy lost to TSM on this map. And I actually found a TikTok today of Tarek yelling at Guimon, who came in chat to like kind of like poke fun at him because Guimon was like talking smack, and then Tarek was like, "You're so weird." But that was if you look at the kill feed of that TikTok, it is basically Lemon. It's just like it has T-Dog. It's a different roster.
Yeah, we were all different people. Like the full moon was out. There was a lot of things going on, but it was a rebuild, or at least a building up era of TSM, who again had these slower starts. But I was just a fan. Just Cubert have been consistent throughout the season, and they've been the team to beat, and they've been iterating on what the success they've had in the past. So much so to be able to beat Envy and other top teams. So Cubert's glance is more on the horizon of kind of higher mountains, but TSM have always been sort of that dog that bites at the heel at all times, and they've snuck their way into Ascension, or really earned it, obviously, but I think a lot of people underrate TSM. But this is going to be the rematch that a lot of people are looking forward to.
I think it definitely is going to be the rematch everyone's looking forward to. Again, I know we've already mentioned it, but we have to reiterate the fact that like we cannot really be taking this score that we're seeing, this series that we're seeing on our screens right now to heart. It was different rosters for both of these teams, right? For Cubert, we had Scuba and T-Dog, like you guys had mentioned, and then Sim and Recoil on the side of TSM. Just a completely different look to both of these squads who have changed so much over this past stage. And I am thinking more back to, I think, the recent like VAL Esports challenge that just happened a couple of weeks ago, where these squads actually faced up to get off against each other on LAN. And yes, on the side of TSM, we did have Koala Noob subbing in for GMD. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it there, but that was a pretty close series. It did end 2-0 on the side of Cubert Academy, but TSM with the sub, with changes to their compositions coming in, they did keep it close.
And I think to that effect, we heard this in my post-match interview talk about how this is like such a great version of Cubert that he's so excited to be on from the beginning of the year, since then till now. And you can see that iteration come through in the VAL Esports, and hopefully today what we see. Two players we want to highlight, I think, I believe they're both Zoomers, cracked Zoomers, Timotino and Redux. Lemon, when they signed Timotino TSM, I was along with you. I was like, how is there's a sim-sized hole here, and how are you going to fill it? and you know, Redux has been such a mainstay, has been in the conversation of when he turns 18, he's immediately going to be picked up by you know, a tier 1 organization. But having these two, again, the crack Zoomers go up against each other is going to be such a delicious fight today.
Absolutely, and a big clash of those playstyles. Like Redux has been that aggressive duelist, but isn't like the boneheaded one that kind of goes in and forgets about the rest of the world. Like, he knows how to play around his team, and he's really well balanced and just measured how deep he does want to go in. And he's no stranger to a grand final or success in general. I mean, you've pointed that out. And his mechanics shine in all of those moments. And the way he's able to still be mechanically strong on an agent like Neon as fast as she is, Redux is one of the best at that. While as Timotino, I consider him to be more surgical, more precise, and just more careful about his decisions. And not in a bad way where he hesitates, but in a way that he's very certain about his next move.
I do think also it's one of those things where you have these clashing styles, but there's no style Ash is like better or worse than the other. It just happens to be that these two just work for their respective teams and their respective there's no different work routines, respective teams, and it's gonna be kind of a test of like how did the other team prep for the other one today with these two duelists going head to head against each other.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it'll also heavily depend on like the map pool that we end up seeing, right? Which, speaking of which, we're getting right into it. Taking a look at the map pool here, I think what I'm really excited about is going to be that Icebox. The Haven obviously makes sense as that TSM pick because it's their second best map within Challengers. The Bind got banned out. It's expected that they would like to go to that Haven. I think it is going to be a tough match up against Cubert on Haven, though, considering that is also a very comfortable map for Cubert Academy, though they do have very different approaches to it. But Icebox, when Redux has been like on that Omen, it has felt like that Cubert map for them. They've been undefeated on it through VCL, and it's been really hard for a lot of these teams that they face up against to find answers to their playstyle.
Yeah, kind of a bad nightmare for Cubert, because that was that map they dropped 3-13 to TSM in that first encounter, like centuries ago, it's felt like, but such a strong map for TSM. I mean, they just warmed up on that in the Funhaver Grand Final. They won it against Box of Rockets in that lower bracket. They lost it to Envy, understandable, but this has been a known pick for TSM. And that approach around the Yoru is, but that was around with Sim at the time. But other than that, like, Recoil has added a lot to this team. And either way, I'm excited for TSM to be able to kick off the series the same way they did against Cubert last time.
And as a reminder for those of us who are just joining us, or maybe were stepping away from their PC or phone for a second, these teams haven't faced each other in this form since like the Bell, not even the Bell Esports land. They haven't really. So it's gonna be very exciting to see where they land. And seems like I landed alone on an island of TSM. But Ash, you and Lemon went for Cubert this time.
Listen, okay. It was honestly okay. Listen. Hear me out. It was hard to choose this morning for both of my predictions for this morning. I will not give away what I predicted for our second match of the day. But for me, I think Cubert, with the stride that they've found in the changes that they've made to their roles within the system, even hearing what we heard from Nismo in his interview last week, talking about how well Caillou meshed with the entire team, while also being the type of IGL that looks to micro a little bit more. I think when you're leaning into that micro style, it can be a little bit more difficult to mesh with players, right? Because you do allow them to have that agency, but you have a little bit more control of the game. And it can be hard for like some players to like give that up. And I think that it means so much that the entire team trusts Caillou to that point where they feel so comfortable with allowing him to take that kind of control for them. And they've been so consistent compared to a TSM where I feel like we've had insane moments from them. I really enjoyed the growth. They've always been a team that I've had high amounts of respect for, but I feel like that their journey throughout stage 3 has been a little bit more turbulent compared to the consistency we've seen from Cubert so far.
For sure. And I just feel like every player, I mean, I went with Cubert just because I feel like every one of those players can take over a round, can be flashy, can be explosive, and have these high peaks. And they've shown it time and time again. I think TSM kind of getting them at the jugular early on in the season, I think that's just a one-time thing. I definitely think TSM have the potential to bring us to map 3, but Cubert are the real threats and the real sheriffs in time, I think.
And to echo Ash's point for my prediction of TSM, this was a hard pred. Like, I know I got some smack on Twitter for not going for a Sentinels team, but this was a very hard pred. But I think hell hath no fury like a TSM in the lower bracket, kicking themselves how they got there. And so I believe in that sort of, exponential rise and meeting the moment. But we are going to head into Agent Select to see where we are going to go with the agents that we have here for this team. We've seen some Neon, we've seen some Jet. Lower bracket really isn't the time to change things up, but it has happened before, Ash. And looks like we'll be saying pretty much the same.
Yeah, that we will. I think for the side of TSM, the fact that they go with this very vanilla composition works well for them because of how good Timotino is on that Jet in particular. He is the player that you're looking out for, especially in conjunction with Seven, for a lot of those trap plays that we're expecting here with TSM starting out on the defense first. It is going to be up to Cubert Academy to try and break those up. I will have my eyes on, I think, like Satellite, Nismo, and Knights in that kind of regard to be those lurking presences at times. More so Nismo and Satellite in those moments to try and get maybe insertions over towards a lobby, and to get those potential lurks down to try and get a bit of information, relay that over to the remainder of Cubert so they don't necessarily fall into those traps. And I'm excited to see how this goes.
For sure. I feel like you lose out a lot of information running the Vise over the Cypher. Like, that camera is so important to be trying to hold solo A or solo C most of the time. But Nismo, I think the flashes on the Vise will be really important for the retakes. Redux, this agent fits him like a glove, but TSM can really rely on the experience of someone like Seven, who's been playing Breach and playing flashes for this team for so long, and he's clearly found the right stride, and I'm excited to see. This is TSM's map pick. They defeated Cubert on this before, so I think it could happen again.
Well, folks, it may be Labor Day, but these young men are going to be putting in the work to keep their lower bracket dreams alive. I have two of the best casters to send it to. It is Uber and Van Silly.
Thank you very much, Liz and the desk. Great to be back on Challengers. Mitch Leslie here, joined by none other than Van Silly. I'm not going to bother pronouncing your full name, bro. Yeah.
Is it that hard? Is it that hard just to say win?
No.
Oh, it's the Alexander part. It's the French part.
Wait, what did you just? Yeah, see, that doesn't sound right. That's not a real name, bro. Sorry. Van Silly here. Shout out to Rivington for allowing me to loan a little bit of Van Sussy for a moment. Good to be here, guys. And again, jumping into this game, obviously, that Ascension seeding is something that TSM are eyeing off. They competed in Monterey last year at that Ascension tournament, and honestly, they had to fight for their lives from day dot. So a more comfortable placing, getting off the starter's block early, very important for a team whose org has made it clear. If they do not ascend, they're done.
Agreed. Also, by the way, shout out to White to allow me to cast with one of the greatest play casters.
It's not our thing. It's all good.
But yeah,
I was like, listen, little bro. Listen, little bro. You sit back here for a sec. Let me get my hands dirty.
Yeah, so anyways, as you were mentioning, though, TSM's been working quite hard, and Adesk has mentioned it too, that they've put a lot of practice even going into this matchup by playing that Fun Haver just recently. But the only map that they've lost in the whole series or the whole tournament was actually on Haven against Dynamo, so there is a little bit of weaknesses there, and they haven't had too many reps against a Cubert Academy with this type of composition overall with the Vice, but they are already going for pressure towards the C site, and Alvin Boys already down.
God, that fault line really just doesn't come quickly enough. That's the tough part for TSM with this comp having to be a bit more reactive. Cubert hit the ground running, already onto this C site, forcing TSM into the very unenviable sort of retake scenario. And having your garage position overwhelmed like that is a bit of concerning conditioning for later on, as Cubert have clearly demonstrated no respect early.
At least they have 2 flashes available for 7 for the retake, and looks like they're going to wait after this orb before they can flood back in.
With that relay bolt now, of course, those shots are coming through to try and buy a bit more space in the back of the site. Timotina already gone down, but this is a nice little backstab coming through Garage. Already, Cubert though up and on this site. They stave off TSM comfortably, who of course go for a pretty standard 2-pronged retake attempt, but they get caught in the bottleneck at the back of C.
I agreed, because for TSM, you try to put some work into what Cubert Academy kind of does on this map as well when they're playing on Haven, or you start up with a 4-1. You know, they've mentioned Lemon Kiwi saying that there is some sort of weakness by having a Vice into this composition, so you don't have active information on that middle walkdown. But you guess that it's going to be a 4-1 prong or just a split into the C site. They guessed wrong. They put a lot of pressure towards that B side, but you kind of left Alvin or playing solo instead of playing soft on that C side to get information, and it's very hard to retake at that point. And Cubert Academy looks like they don't want to stop any time soon. They're already going for a fight into the A, as we were talking about, that aggression that brings in towards that A site. At least GMD finds a timing here.
Yeah, but can he actually make use of it? Because Satellite might be able to see across here. I don't think he'll be ready to come on to swing out like this. He takes a hit though, so that Marshall's already gone to work. Gotten some decent damage down. Notice no plant quite yet. Cubert want to get back towards the back of this A site. Able to smoke towards Heaven, that'll lock it down. Alvin Boy first out last round, now last in. It has to contend with 3 stingers and a heck of a lot of veterancy here for the 3 remaining attackers.
Yeah, luckily enough, when Cubert were spread off to go for this plant towards this A site, the one that was actually being checked towards the sewers was Knights, but he has to face off against 2 players at low HP. So this should be quite a done deal for Cubert Academy to convert here into the second round. Again, we talk about some good timings as they're trying to disrespect the Viper wall that's being thrown up from Cubert Academy. Although this could be something that could be taken advantage of once TSM moves into these gun rounds, as you know, you've already seen 1-2 players find that gap towards that bottom of the sewers. It's already been pinged out at that moment. So I'm assuming this time, as it's a bonus round for Cubert Academy, they still want to go with relentless action, but this time by allowing Redux to open up here towards the sewers with the relay bolts.
I like what we saw from Gimon there, at least trying to get up sewer, as he knew Cubert would be hitting them pretty quickly from the A side of the map. It can be frustrating, right, if your opponents are playing at this level of pace to get your breach util lined up adequately. Here, though, Timo can spot out, and it did look like 7 was lined up for a fault line if there was going to be a full commitment, but it is lobby control assumed by Cubert, and then they pull the plug.
You had some deep pings too. Look at that. They are definitely going for this smoke into probably the C ramp and just pressure towards that C link. And there is only GMD there, but it's GMD with a Phantom, and that could be still good enough to hold up that push.
Alvin will be up here over towards Cubby. Camera flashed and removed already into garage. A lot of control here with the Cypher. Playing a bit with the C long now. All that utils off the map. Here comes Cubert so easily breaking through on was this C side of the map with that walk up garage. It feels like Alvin feels very spread thin on this part of the map. Now TSM are going to break back in. They've got an Odin here on 7, but he's not in a position to make best use of that weapon. They might just be calling a cancel here.
You're already seeing them running back towards that A site there for Timotino and also on Vora. You have to respect the push forward by Alvin Boy as he realizes that his camera gets broken up and that there's a lot of numbers rushing here into the garage. He's just looking for that one-on-one fight, and that would potentially be a great opportunity for TSM to retake that C site if it takes control of that long A. But you are playing against Nismo. Nismo has always been excellent now on Haven since this role switch onto this Vice. And even unfortunately here, you see that Seven's not able to save his weapon into the next round, so that's going to render things even more expensive and difficult for TSM to try to turn things around here onto the next. But sometimes these two rifles could do enough. You've seen even in the VCTs here, Uber, that when you have these teams going to eco rounds, sometimes you have a player or a hero rifle or now even upgraded to 2 hero rifles and then just keep the economy right so you can continue to purchase into the next round. But just before we got into the replay, you saw that there's still a small shield buy across the field. So they are gambling into the trust that they have in the game plan to fight against Cubert within this round.
They're forcing into this.
Yeah.
Interesting look. And for Cubert, like, it's just well worth the money to push 2 rifles in the direction of the Odin player because Knights was on a stinger anyway. It's his upgrade. Tima's going to be pinged out here, so forced to stay tucked for the time being, but Relay Volt's going to dig him out. He's able to dash across at least, but that's that A main control given up. Cubert here as well can, again, cut noise and work a different part of the map, like they did in that last round. The noise cut part definitely is in effect. We'll see how TSM look to respond if they look for a re-clear. Cubert hoping to catch someone out doing just that.
Yeah, the good news is that there's still great utility on the side that's still available for TSM for that type of walk contact that Cubert Academy might try to do here at the minute mark. As you see, that minute mark comes up and nobody's really moving around, so it now comes down to Cubert to really try to make a play. They're just going to go for the all-out recon into the A site and see how many they can find within that spot.
Vora in that corner might be pretty impactful, but okay, so they actually invest a little bit more, Cubert, and still end up leaving that A side. Hoping to draw a couple of rotators across. They're going to need to get into B pretty quickly, but they don't have that garage control. Gimon almost able to capitalize, but isn't able to connect, and Seven will just bully his way out of the side. What a paranoia catch there. Gimon sets that up beautifully. Cubert running low on time, didn't get what they were looking for early in the round. Looked to force the issue and run headlong into some of that util that you mentioned was maintained from the early round.
Yeah, and the issue for Cubert Academy is when they tried to sell that fake towards the A side by leveraging that recon dart with the fast lane onto A, there wasn't enough inserts coming through from, you know, Nismo playing over towards that C site or even having Caillou looking down towards that garage. There was never any real pressure for TSM in that mid round. They were just trying to play based off the utility that Alvin Boy was setting up across the map. None of them really got broken. None of it really got pressured. So you're not really pulling out some real rotates on that flank or on the fake. And worse comes to worse, even worse than that rather, is you're hitting into the B site where, well, it's going to be easier for you to retake as a team because now you have a 2-timer prong from the defensive side that just denied everything there from Cubert.
Now Cubert realized they actually need to work the map a little bit more behind that noise cut on the A side.
Correct.
Get into garage, but there's risk associated with that, obviously, like having to contact those ankles or just walk up in a garage. Many of you will know, not exactly a attractive prospect. Either way, Timo actually wants to go pretty deep here, and Knights does TP across. That was what that recon was set up for. Tries to get out, but Kimon's going to catch him there over towards Sewer. This is going to break down into a mess. On the run, Satellite is able to fail 7. And as this dark cover clears, Vora has to do more, and he does. What a transfer. Leaving Nismo in a 1 versus 2 with the operator in hand, but the spike across the way. He'll have to cross into Vora's sightline to recover this.
Doing a little bit of Zelsis with a Vice off on the attack. Good news is, though, he's still playing a 1 versus 1. He doesn't know that yet, but he has to be really safe on clearing his corners.
Opening change, but position given up. Vor very low after that. Nismo obviously concerned about the timing that he might be on, but Alvin and Vora are doubled up here. Spike recovered. And Nismo can try and imply that he's sort of pulled this out and gone elsewhere. Curious to see where TSM look to fall back if they want to actually anchor on this A site. No. Doubling up. in sewer instead, but Nismo has given up the game. He does have Razor Vines to work with, but getting them deployed, getting them activated under this level of time pressure.
30 seconds left.
Might be too much to ask.
Do you think he sold the fake? He threw the flash there towards middle and sees nobody there.
Spike planted.
Should be an easy backstab for the last two players on sewers.
There's just no way he's going to check this, surely. Alvin does not see a barrel as far as we can tell. Nismo now has to, whip around. There's too many possibilities. Nismo was hoping once again that a noise cut with nothing behind it would be enough to drag the two players across the map.
That's the patience on TSM too, understanding how to play that 2 versus 1. You keep that buddy system, and even on top of that, Alvin Boyd plays the trip on long A. So even if they hear that flash towards middle, they don't care. If you have a plant coming through from Nismo, they're still going to play as a group and play that 2 versus 1. But as he breaks that trip, you saw how it happened. TSM had full control and reads of where Nismo was going to play that post plant scenario here all over on that A site. So that's a little bit of a silver lining and some grace now for TSM. You talked about a heavy investment going from that previous round, small shields and rifles across the board. That would have forced him on an eco this round. And now even 7 has an Odin to work with, and he's looking to spam this into the sewers. Falls back now.
That was a shocky that was sent in the lobby, caught out by some of the spray down through the smoke. Knights credited for it. But again, it's that heavy lobby presence here for Cubert. This time they get a bit of a freebie. And we'll mill around a little bit with Nismo potentially testing this sewer spot. Alpha knows he needs to get a bit more active here, but if he gets dug out, well, it's on for young and old over at the A side.
If they're able to find this timing through the flash from Nismo too with this timing, they would be in a great spot.
Alvin second guesses himself, wonders if there's actually someone back towards the side. Would have to have been a TP across the trap wires. He wins that fight out. So that is the end of Nismo over towards the suicide. Timo's got such a nice backstab position. He's given up the game. Doesn't even get a kill for it. Timo, at least just as the smoke blooms, is able to find one. This is going to throw a spanner in the works now for Cubert. 43 seconds, and they're headed up towards A. Very exploratory now is the Viper player getting over towards this A side of the map, but that util left by Alvin Boy is still in place.
Exactly. He pulls up the camera so they know at least the Cypher setups on A, but TSM's okay to play the soft. They have a Rolling Thunder to retake 7's full utility as well. I think for Cubert, understanding this, they probably have to start pushing towards that spawn and cut those rotates, where exactly Satellite is trying to play around his smoke. But now as he tries to hold towards Hell, that might be difficult here for Cubert to hold.
Yeah. Still has to be a straight retake, though. On the A side, never an easy prospect. Satellite waiting for the short. He sees it up. Alpha Boy is down. 7 is not quick enough on the trigger finger to respond. That's a Viper's Pit earned and deployed instantly. And I think that's going to be a save.
Yeah. Hard to retake the site with Timo on an operator. That big play, like I said, it had to be holding and cutting that lines towards that spawn. And I was mentioning that win con coming out here from Satellite moving towards Hell was gonna potentially make Cubert lose that scenario, lose this post plant scenario. But he thinks differently and thinks and makes the correct play. Holding back towards that spawn, punishing Alvin Boyd trying to walk back through, and not allowing TSM to get any value whatsoever with that Rolling Thunder. And you just mentioned here, Mitch, something that GMD was doing. He had the game, that round in his pocket. He had such good trigger discipline when they were on that eco, and he inserted himself on the top of sewers. But this time right there, just that he's just focusing to try to get that headshot. And as soon as he's about to pull the trigger, you see that move up from Redux, and it just throws him off his aim and throws him off the spray transfer. And Cubert's able to salvage that round.
Yeah, just phantom things there. Saw the dink, but it's not enough. Now again, that A pressure from Cubert. Last time I'd say they get a little fortunate. They had to take what amounted to a spam kill. The recon that does at least light up the neon, but Redux is safe where he is, so he's able to cross over this A main part of the map and maybe even be an insert for later on. And you'll note that elsewhere, there's just no real exploration of the map here for Cubert. Very much default, very passive, hoping for a walk up out of garage that is not likely to happen.
Yeah, they're just expecting continuous A hits or C-side prongs, which where they're playing this 3-2 setup, they're counting on this util once again from Alvin Boyd to get the active information in garage and B, again, because they still have the Rolling Thunder to work with. I respect now Timo walking down this line. This allows TSM to set up a little bit more deeply into middle.
Not anticipating the insert of the neon, though. It won't be relevant in the end as Redux inches forward. So there's a smoke. That stall util being drawn out of TSM slowly, and a lot of map control has been garnered on that C side. But of course, shield wall will alert Cubert should TSM try and push off that mark. So that's probably as far far as they get for the time being. Here's that now attempt over towards this A side of the map. Timatino playing a more safe angle, but misses that first shot. Redux can dance the fast lane and get in with this ultimate. Under Heaven, no good. Vora's able to deal with him now. Timo under serious pressure. And it's a smoke up Heaven side. Gimon forced to drop out of it and take a fight. This time, though, sticks the landing for 2. And crashing into the Odin is 7. Satellite, though, is left free here. He knows he's got limited time. Not only get the plant down, but to have this 1 versus 1, he needs to dig 7 out on the site. Gets him and will plant in the nick of time.
Oh, and he even gets the perfect read on the plant, at least the guessing towards that spawn. He's going to be able to get that plant down safely. Alvin Boy on the lurk from sewers. And it seems as though Satellite has the perfect read. He holds the tightest angle possible to watch that flank.
Is he going to get fortunate, though, with the angle that Alvin takes? He has the first shot. And Alvin's able to win it out. Walk away with a little bit of health. And a very grindy round there. Cubert really slow. Ultimately deciding on that A hit. Happy to brawl with the anchor players and the op inside, but Alvin has recovered that for the next round. And TSM post their 3rd.
Slow start with Timotino with an op. Unorthodox for him to miss 2 shots like that. But at least you see how he's also becoming the sacrificial lamb. He's just telling 7 to ult into the site. He doesn't care if he gets hit at the same time. It'll slow down the hit. It'll allow TSM to flood back in. GMD goes for also the big play to surprise even 2 players on top of that. And allows here Alvin Boy to isolate and separate a 1v1. He who got shut down by Nisbo the first time he was going into a duel fight down at the bottom C, but his last 2 1v1s was shown to be fruitful for the side of TSM and also keeping the gap close. Cubert still has money to work with, though. They're going to leverage a lot of these ults around the 2 Guardians of Caillou and Nisbo so that they could swing the momentum back in their favor.
You got the flexibility of a ultimate up the Knights this round, so can be absolutely wherever is needed. And Cubert, no, walking up on this B side of the map, that this stall util is a given. Saw that last round from TSM, and it definitely affected the decision-making to go towards A again. Aldron gets in there, likely spotting the bridge close. It's going to be Vori yet again. Once more through smoke, but Steel Garden comes down, and 7 cannot extricate himself in time. Knight's comfortable enough here, but here comes that Hunter's Fury from Vora.
Oh, no!
Okay, Caillou. All right, man. Happens to the best of us, even with the team damage reduction of that Hunter's Fury. Still takes Knights down. He was peppered heavily on that B side, and still no plant. Re-clear with the Aldrone, spots Caillou on the walk up.
Now you've expended your 2 big ults to try to take over that B site. Thankfully, the Viper's still up here. It will at least screen out the A connector that allows for you to plant into B.
Timo just waits on this one. Caillou is lit with Vora. Not quick enough. It doesn't seem to matter. Low health, he takes Nismo down anyway. Now Caillou's got some amends to make, it's safe to say. Low as he is, Paranoia does connect, and from above, it's Timotino with the RKO. This will even up the game here. Awkward for Cubert trying to get onto this B side of the map. Eventually shut down by a Team Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. And I was ready to talk about the differences you see on how teams kind of set up against a Vice ult in Challengers versus the VCT stage, because usually you realize that when you have that ult available on your opponents, you want to pull out some shorties as your secondary. Give that chance. You're playing close range with that gap. Knock him off here with the shorty. As 7, I think, was the one that was playing front sight, only had a classic to work with, and he falls down. But thankfully, everything else around that stall, Vora playing all the way back from the spawn. I think it was even in that A-Link connector, and they were going toe-to-toe trying to get those beams out against each other. And thankfully, though, he doesn't need to get the kill because his compatriot or his opponent Caillou did it for him instead. So that's definitely a first time out coming and utilized on the side of Cubert Academy. That's much needed at this point, because for the first time their economy is in shatters, and also they haven't had the best control now for the last 2 rounds in the early takes that they're trying to take around the map here of Haven.
Credit to Cubert, though. Obviously, they just don't really want to work the map of that particular round. They fancy a bit of pace, Aldrone into B, and then follow it up with a Steel Guard, and they have the tools for what amounts to a faster hit. If there's a world where they can get the spike down, that round likely goes far differently, being able to safely fall back to those post-plant positions. But we'll have to let bygones be bygones now. TSM looking dangerous, though. 7 still has the Odin to hand. Definitely putting up his best Brock impression already in this game. And Timo with that defense side op. So Cubert have to work that much harder now with 2 Stingers and a real smattering of different armor types here.
And he's done well with the Odin on this map in previous matchups here for TSM for sure. Talked about the flexibility. I think it was Ash that mentioned on the desk, playing Breach here, playing Chamber, and still putting up big numbers. This time, the TSM off the timeout, they still want to go very quickly back into the C-side hold.
Not the first time, though, they've gone Garage to back C here, and TSM are responding, but it's going to be quick enough. Instantly, Redux is able to get across the way, but Seven sprays him down with the Odin. And Redux is going to have no help. He realizes this, so he just swings into whatever's happening at spawn. And that's that. At the very least, Satellite can walk out of this round with a rifle, but that one sort of goes up in smoke. Cubert, give him the impression that we're just going to slam that A side over and over again until they got results. Now with a number of different variations, but the problem for them is neither are remotely successful. They have noted, at least fans, that the Cypher players more over towards the C site, pushing up C long late in the round and not sort of occupying that garage part of the map. A very quick response from TSM with like, what, 4 players in their spawn ready to take that engagement.
That was the thing, because the last time they did that towards that ceiling push, there was also just GMD playing solo in that back, right where you're looking at him on that mini-map. So it really came down to TSM having that read too from the timeout, that from a lower buy or a force buy that Cubert might try something in terms of sticking as a death ball. They gambled that it was going to be that push towards that C side, and they were just ready for it. Uber, you're absolutely right in terms of with any inserts. They're not playing with any backstabs. One more time, they've mentioned it at the desk, how many attack have good lurk capabilities around Knights, Satellite, and Nismo, but you've never seen them in these fort positions trying to go for these backstab on pulse plants. And look, potential a little bit more.
We're getting the inserts over on like A main, for example. Of the round, and in this case, not even that. Obviously, the trapwires are set up on A, so some anticipation of a faster hit, but it looks like Cubert definitely edge elsewhere on the map. Nismo is being relatively active. Reinforce this garage position. They got walked up on the previous round. So both teams are trying to throw these different looks, get some variations in.
Get into TP towards the back of the site for more info. Even that.
Nowhere to go, caught right inside that razor vine. Now, the round looks vastly different. Timo caught on the outside. Spam shorting through and take a bunch of damage. Vora also going quite low to this. Gimon again, this is characteristic. His backstab from him, he actually gets away with it because Knights does the Satellite. Not afraid to use it, I'm sure. That's the spot for it. Caillou follows up. Finally will convert. Cubert's quietest player so far on Haven here. Wins about this round.
And thankfully for TSM, I mean, for Cubert Academy, they have
one enemy remaining.
there for Cubert to tie the rifles. They converted that one. And now with their economy.
Just a great opener there from Gimon as a classic straight down mid-window spam. Smoke was in play, but he gets his. Once again, trapwire noted. Like a fault line prematurely came out. Timotinas pushes up behind this util. That's well set up for 7. Cubert are starting to flounder.
Oh no.
Oh god. Well, that Omen Ultimate was going to come into play. You stick a TP into a site that you sort of have limited information about. Unfortunately, that's a gamble that does not pay off. And it's on.
You don't even need to rotate. You're playing a 5 versus 3 in the mid round, so everybody stays pretty much in their comfortable position. Caillou's going in the other side of the map just to try to save his weapon into the next, because we talk about how they don't have too much to work with moving into the next round. Really, what they're up against. You talked about this Vice here. Latino finds a perfect timing with the rifle to get the opener. Again, he had a very slow game so far with his op and Bladestorm, but right there, he got everything right here for the team.
I mean, that's perfect set play because that set up, I think that was a 2 or 3 player fault line from 7 that absolutely ruined them. So that's just such a sick moment for TSM to throw that kind of curveball in. But it's helped because Gimon gets that early kill, playing top boxes on B site into mid window. The Cubert is not really conditioned to expect any aggression because TSM have not been pushing off these sites at all. With the exception of maybe taking some of that C-long control, they've been pretty passive, pretty patient, even amongst all these noise cuts from Cubert, they've not been pushing up to try and get contact-based info. Valorant here comes forward a little bit, but sees that arc roads and happy enough to clear it and give that position up again. We might see another test of mid, though, from Cubert.
Agreed. With the flash not being there towards middle, TSM's already set up, really, to try to stuff this B-side hit. They have that trip on the right side. You still have the aftershock to delay from 7. The Odin doesn't allow for them to push into the C-Link. And it's, again, no lurks, no nothing. Cubert just going for a full site hit.
Okay, aftershock here to disrupt the plant. 7 is speculating right now, and it's still no stick for Cubert, but Viper Speed comes down at just the right time. Here's the Razor Vines getting in the way. Timo, God, could have had a lot more than that. A little unfortunate there as Nismo, frankly, is given a stay of execution. Timo thinks about it, but no tailwind available for him. Nismo eventually falls, but Knight's got a nice little angle here. With the last bullet, he's able to complete that splay transfer. Now in the pit, you've got to dive if you're TSM, and it's difficult to say the least. Vora up to the task, or at least feels that way. Full post-plant positions now taken up for Cubert. Vora knows he needs to fight into mid, and it's not to be. Satellite season coming a mile off.
Dude, I can't believe that Nismo still had about 80 HP and still armor left while he was fully spotted by Timotino, wall-banged on top of that, and that probably would have been the first kill that would have given a chance here for TSM to retake towards that site, because so hard to do here on that pit. You saw right there that big flash that got so much value from GMD a couple of rounds ago, and Cubert knew better to just stay outside of that radius, not get affected at all, and just full punish TSM on a flood retake. But it's a 6-6 scoreline. It's a great start for TSM on the comeback. That was a 3-0 that started off there for Cubert. And the thing is, though, is once Cubert takes the defensive side, that's going to be something difficult to deal with, because we know for a fact that we've seen for Nismo having some hot starts and great rounds as this Vice, especially on defense more than attack.
I think we're in agreement. I like what I've seen from TSM. The fact that we're in round 11 and they still have like enough in the back pocket to throw a curveball to push off the B-side setup is really good to see. So now it's a question, though, of what their attack side calling will look like. It was an early C presence, but now a walk up on mid. And Ismo naturally is looking for a timing, but it's that loose end of Alvinboy that could be a problem if he tries to get ahead of himself. 4-player death ball set up here. Going to inch onto the side. There's the shield wall in play. Timo wants to draw that out, and this will at least buy time for a response from Cubert Academy, but TSM may already be looking elsewhere.
And because they're just playing roles where they can't really find cameras or anything, that recon, though, not seeing anything towards that A-Link, that should potentially allow Knights to rotate a bit. They thought that they lost the timing, though, and gave up sewers, so kind of just sticking there. TSM could really get the opener on C now.
This is a devious Viper wall, by the way. Yeah, I like that. All of TSM had to group up behind it now. Redux is under pressure on the site. Inside a smoker thing, Nismo was on Paranoia. It's hard to tell. Looks the same. They get ruined instantly. A lot of patience there for TSM. Called up like a spring. Explode onto that C side, and Cubert Academy have nothing to say about it. So far, at least.
You nailed it. It was that Paranoia from GMD. Opened up that site. Great util by TSM again.
Knights is going to have a crack at this one way or another. The time has been ticking. A retake wall, no longer relevant here. Not particularly useful, but okay. Knights is just going to find two with the classic. He's given his team a chance. Satellite hoping to follow up. It's an exultant roar from Timotino as TSM post a very important pistol.
And TSM really look prepared into this game. The GMD is getting so much value out of his Paranoias. 8 assists so far as an Omen player, and also topping the charts in frags and getting 2 of them in that pistol round in itself. So again, I love her moving around that map. I think once they inserted 7 on the top of B, they heard that wall. They added a little bit of pressure, so somebody throws a smoke. It's easy for them to break that wall after that and just rework the map after. And there was no reaction off the wall breaking up here for Cubert Academy. It just stood still.
All right, there's an outlaw already picked up for Timotino. It's going to be eating well, folks, if we see this conga line extend any further. This is diabolical.
Does an outlaw go through 5 players? He goes through 2.
Oh, it's carnage! Come on, why? Snatch away the ace. I really felt like Cubert were just trying to make it as easy as possible for Timo to smack him upside the head. Well, I guess we're here for a good time and not a long time.
Yeah.
Hey, oh god, he just.
Dude, I felt I was
feel like-
watching Mythbusters, you know? Like,
Yes!
how many...
Yeah, how many ballistics dummies can you penetrate with? I was thinking the exact same thing, bro. That's scary and a little sad if I'm me, but
Why?
that's crazy.
This is good. That means you have a good brain.
Van Suss, I got a message from Wyatt as well, bro. He said, have a good cast today with Ravish, bro. Y'all are going to crush it. Prayer emoji. Next up, QOR for real. Thanks, Wyatt.
Oh my gosh. That's
He never
funny.
messages me. That's nice. That's rare. He must be bored on the plane. Check your prize pics, little bro. I actually have a seat. Watch the real men get to work. You know what I'm saying? His TP top side of the B side. They're already swarming over it. Vans another fast hit. And that didn't quite go to plan for Satellite.
We're going to plan for Cubert at all. Well, at least he gets that kill.
Okay. Now, though, those close plant positions being taken up with him on the soul. Anchor swings on it, but Knights has been sharp with these moments of the course of this game. Cubert still within striking distance. Timo's going to be overwhelmed there. Caillou doesn't waste any time. Doesn't wait for the cloudburst to expire either. Just gets in there. It's on Vora. Cubert Academy. Foothold established. TSM trying to go for a bum rush up mid. It does not pan out.
Yeah, I was just about to say, with that snakebite missing onto the plant, it doesn't really allow for Cubert Academy to move quickly into the site, but at least Satellite is able to own up to his mistakes and even get the planner down. And you tried to go for a paranoia for a stall, but nobody really from TSM was set up to get more ground control within that B site. So you kind of just left GMD stranded towards like a deserted island. Even if you hit so many on the TP, he decides to rotate to a spot that's just too easy for him to take over. Or too easy for Cubert to take over, rather.
Yeah.
It comes around and needs a retake there.
Timo just ends up in a bit of an awkward spot to be holding an outlaw in, tucked in. But hey, that was, of course, the bonus for TSM. They still turn around for a buy. Seven still has himself an Odin, which is, it's not copycatting, it's Seven. He loves to lean in this direction at any possible opportunity. Razorvine's going to slow up the approach into this garage position, but Timo unlikely is committing here. Would like to see if he can get a little bit more for his trouble. Sanakaro's committed as well.
I like that. You're spraying the wall a lot. You're keeping those players at bay, and another one of those scenarios here for TSM where they're working the map. This time not breaking the vice wall, but just breaking that flash. Doesn't really allow for Cubert Academy to get passive information in the next 20 seconds. So you kind of just have to keep a player anchored in that spot. And you're forced to now Cubert to make plays. Fast lane already came up from the sewers. People are moving around, and they feel like they have to peek for info now, which would give a chance here for TSM to get some punishes.
Just how far is Timotino going to go here? How deep is he going to try and go for this information? Looks like we got our answer. Backing up as Nismo was absolutely posted and ready to take a close fight. We're into the 42nd warning now. And Redux is trying to hold this off angle for anyone who might push up. So it's going to have to be a fast hit behind some of this
30
breach
seconds
utility.
left.
Seven still has all of it to hand. Straight up fault line might even catch on to two here if it's done correctly and not too shabby. Here's the jump in by Timotino. They have site control straight away, but Caillou's able to hold his ground. Still tough to anchor against this kind of pressure. And now on the other side of the smoke, Redux will wait. Still a tickle, still a tap, still no stick. TSM sent Albert out of the smoke. And Vora's able to find Redux at least with a shock dart. Please plant some point. No? Okay. That's going to be Nismo burning him down and take the round.
There was definitely some lack of communication on how they wanted to take over Redux behind that smoke. You went for a tap. Nobody really sprays. They were hoping that at least for Redux's side, he was going to spray first and they could try to capitalize on that. If not, you saw the shock darts coming through. Nobody's really following up behind it. If it did come out to a couple of seconds late, very labored round one here by Cubert. Not really out of that frying pan yet. Late storm available for Timotino. He tried to go for some pressure, and also I think it was orb control. Vora has the Hunter's Fury to work with within the round.
And Seven turn his util usage from that first half, and yeah, TSM need to get in. Looks like it's Garage first up. There is, of course, Razorvine on the floor. Been cleared. Less to give up the attention, but Seven's able to deal with this as he goes to the opening, but he is very low. Lucky to get out of there alive. Alpha Boy wants to push up on the site, but he's unaware. I think the Knights is tucked up in that corner. He can't do anything about it. Great flash. That is a very good flash. And a Caillou V7 in that 1v1. The latter, with less health than his namesake, is headed over towards this A side, most likely.
He'll have time to go for the plant. and Caillou has full util to work with too. But you definitely own a 1 versus 1. You can't
10
really
seconds
use
left.
most of it because you don't want to give your position away on a rotate. So 7 here has to go for a big play with the low HP. You have to cut a rotate somewhere or play the pulse plant. And he's going to play the pulse plant instead.
Yeah, low as he is, he really needs to play for time. It's kind of risky to sort of just jiggle peek corners here, because even just a wallbang would end him. He needs to be patient. Caillou, of course, in much the same vein, is going to send the Aldrin out ahead. And the fault line. Tough to play off your own fault line in this day and age with weapon uptime, but it is something that 7 has access to. I like this. Hides away from the recon. Might be looking just to disrupt the planet tear. What? Huh? Nani?
I was just about to say, you can't really go for your util to clear out the site. You have to go in. You have to try to find that pick. You know your opponent's at 1 HP, and he just uses the Owl Drone to fully clear out sight and even a recon dart that doesn't see towards long, and he's just gambling that a tap is going to flush his opponent out so he can try to win it. Doesn't even try to go for the shock dart anywhere after even going for the tap. I can't believe that round was won.
Okay.
7, 8, 9, but 6 HP is enough.
That's crazy. Okay. TSM with a one round lead in this game. Caillou not able to convert. Redux spotted out early, but won't be under any pressure. It's going to be a preemptive Viper spit towards the C side of the map, which for TSM, not an issue. Weren't intending to head in that direction anyway. Into sewer, I think, is where that contact's going to be, and it's just jiggles from Redux right now, so we can fall back and maybe pull the Omen over in their direction.
Yeah, that's going to give enough too. I think it's on a 3 players at that place, and I don't think you're going to try to commit out of that yet here for TSM. That's going to have to slow things down for a bit.
He's a very illuminating owl drone here, and TSM realize that they have kept these 3 plays interested. A catnip over on the A side, they will now hit B instead. And that is going to force everybody, of course, to respond. 3 players set up and link here, and Cubert trying to disrupt this, go for something before TSM can get set up. Yep, straight into the side they go. Alvin deals with Redux instantly. And there's not much you can do after that. Knight caught inside the side, knows he's going to be dealing with this util. Alvin's already done his job in this round. This time, Timatina's got a much safer place to play from, and yep, we have, of course, a Rolling Thunder earned in the prior round by 7.
You're cycling smoke still right now for Cubert. You can still tap this spike and force the push.
Fault line, Timo's going to run it in. He's taken down, but shaved him on the opening he was looking for, and now he is all over it. Knights is in trouble. And here it is, TSM finally starting to come up with the goods. This is their map pick, and one we've seen from them way more than from Cubert. And so, taking this one away, going to Icebox, but we know Cubert like that no duelist strategy. It's got to feel pretty good.
It's going to feel great. This was a perfect play here from TSM side. Look at him sell that fake towards the A side, using even the aftershock just to try to make Cubert think that they're going for a full flood into the A site. They pivot back towards B. You have an insert, you still create a diversion. TSM GMD gets the backstab from the lurk into the garage, which again, I feel that was lacking here for Cubert on their attack side, but TSM's doing a great job in these inserts and these timings that they're finding in the post plants.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's just a slight difference, but they know they need to work other parts of the map. They can't just bank on winning the main fight. And even in that sort of post-plant scenario, it's not the fully safest, and you also can run out of util sometimes on that attack side. What's this little clumping up of players here in that garage direction? Obviously, just pistols here for the defenders. And the variation now comes up, TSM eyeing off that C site, which is completely clean, bereft of anything. No presence, no util. Would be a great call.
Looks like Cubert Academy, after every eco that the big ecos that they have, they're just trying to stay as a group. Didn't work out on the long A side, but now they still have good positioning to do some damage once they fled back into C here.
All right, here's the stick, Redux. Just wants to try and send a couple spam ones through the smoke, and this is back going the way you might expect it to. Send and deliver, says Caillou. Alvin is waiting for him, and that's a 3-round buffer opened up. It's about as big a lead as we've seen at any point on this map.
Yeah. And it was a missed window there for Cubert. They had a great job with the relay bolt to hit 2. But then going back into it, that single recon dart out from Vora really didn't allow for Cubert to continue forward because, one, some players were loading, the other ones had to break the recon, and then they just weren't as coordinated anymore to fight towards that front of that site. So, dude, TSM is looking quite good. I think now playing that tournament the previous day, I think it was yesterday, literally going through the gauntlet of the Fun Havers back to the basics tournament is good enough here for them to be warmed up in this game, which is still a lot here on the line for the side of TSM. They are trying to play for better seedings going into Ascension. They want to put the chances in their favor going to the group stages. Remember what happened last time, though, when TSM made it to Ascension? You talked about it, Uber and Monterey. They failed to make it out of the groups. I think they went 0-4 or something like that within their groups. So all of their games went super close and into overtime. Now they want to make sure that they continue to stay quite warm going into the games, as prepared as possible, and really try to have their opportunity to ascend for next year.
I really think, I don't think they're going to be underestimating the LATAM and Brazilian teams this time around.
No.
That was the feeling that we had. I remember, like, even when, Nismo failed to, ascend through that tournament, really heartfelt message, like, really feel like I let my family down. Like, this is, it really, really affected them. And it's another whole year in challenges with, teams coming up all around them, young players also getting their shot. I mean, we're talking about Envy, for example. Nice there. Not a great start to the round for him. That is just a once in a blue moon pick that Timo was able to find, and it paves the way for Gimon to get in there and get it planted.
They're great positions again for the pulse plant. Alvin Boy is just watching for the push towards the extremities. He's just being the one watching the back, so the rest of them could just focus towards the front. Still so much util that it could use here for the pulse plant. Aftershock, fault line, relay bolts, and then GMD again, potentially another late lurk into the garage.
Isn't quite extending that far yet. I don't know if he heard the sound of Satellite pulling out of that position. Here's the relay bolt, though. Cube, no, they need to get Redux busy down mid. And that, of course, was an attempt at a defuse for Caillou that is, well, predictably spammed on out. TSM now have full control of this game. Cubert Academy walking to the next round with not a lot to work with economically. Only in these modes maintained Phantom really to speak of.
He even had an AWP in that previous round and lost it here when they were trying to retake that site. So as you were just talking about Nismo, a player that failed to ascend with M80 in a heartbreaking BO5. Remember, that fifth map was Bind against 2G when it was almost like the permaban or the map that they could never win for the side of M80. And that's how M80's career finished pretty much for a lot of these players. And thankfully, though, a lot of them moved up into different teams in tier 1, with the exception of Nismo here. And he cannot ascend with this team, but he still wants to show that he has what it takes here, that he deserves a spot in tier 1. That rifle that he brings over is with a mustard buy that they have, half shield, guardian, and already losing Redux in the process.
Again, that's another early pick.
Right
Last
there.
round, Timo was able to find one over towards that B side of the map here. Cubert early. Whatever the protocols are off the starter's mark are giving TSM far too many edges here. And it's already a bit of a weak goodbye for them as it is.
Yeah.
TSM, so like justifiably, more of a default slant on this round.
Silver lining for Cubert is that there's no big ults for TSM in these scenarios for site takes and pulse plant. So the rifles could be good enough. And you know damn right that these 4 players still alive here in the server could do those hero moments. And it's gonna be Caillou that's tested first.
Good for one, but the rest, though, could be an issue. Nicely done by Caillou. The paranoia comes in a little bit late in the day, but Gimon is still able to salvage what could have been an ugly situation. Regardless for Cubert Academy, though, it puts them at parity, at least in this round.
30 seconds left.
Knights will be waiting for an opportunity to step up here, expecting that pretty standard push towards the left side. And Timo's going to deliver it to him, just maybe not in the timing he would have liked. Gets info, but takes a bunch of damage as a result. And ultimately served up the Timo on a silver platter. It's on Satellite for the map. Vora and GMD still healthy enough, and Timo will be chilling with those blades. He is here to finish the job. And there's nothing but a Guardian to go to work with. It'll be really funny if he pulled a Caillou and just walked away without trying to.
Just play for stats.
Yeah. Play for the next map, brother. Okay. Timo was the low health player, so he's picked off easily with a body shot. But Vora and Gimon will be holding hands until the end of time, and they wait for Satellite to present an opportunity. TSM convert on their map pick. Haven comfortably their way in the end. It's a frothy affair over the first half or so, but eventually that experience and maybe just the recent competition, the fact that they're coming in warm, pays off.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a whole team play that was looking really good for TSM on the attack side. I didn't really see anybody really pull up the big boy pants and having to carry a lot of their teammates to be able to win this first map here against Cubert Academy. It really came down to the preparation and macro that they had, the plan that was solid from beginning to the end to be able to get into the sites and play these pulse plants to perfection.
Yeah, look, I think in criticism of Cubert's attack side, we see TSM manage to do just that little bit more behind the main death ball, behind that sort of three-player A-main early play we often see. There's the map getting worked, there's exploration, there's those moves coming in through garage, and Gimon always with these late-round lurks. We saw it in the pistol. It was unsuccessful there, but he's able to do it in an important post-plant in a gun round on that B side, get into the site and start to break things apart. Great looks here for TSM. Cubert Academy looked a little bit shaky, but we're off to their map of Icebox after this, so stick around, folks. Remember, that number 2 seed at Ascension is on the line for TSM. A win here will snatch that up for them, so don't go anywhere.
Well, folks, TSM take their map pick of Haven, making this a very competitive and fun time for all. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Lemon Kiwi on the desk. And if you're just joining us, can you lock in? Brother, it's lower bracket. It's playoffs. Come on, lock in. But I usually have a watch on, but I forgot to charge it. But I mean, Ash, it was 6-6 half, right? We're at 6-6, and then just TSM just kind of slowly but surely run away with that map.
They absolutely did. And not just the 6-6 half, but starting out 3-0, Cubert winning out that bonus round in that first half as well. I think that says so much about the grit that TSM had. Also, the change to their game plan as well. Like, we saw Timotino getting that op online, and we have that lurk wall being thrown by Cubert Academy over towards that A lobby side, right? We saw how that was cutting off that op line. We had the shift for Timotino to go play over towards that C side instead, and then playing that very bunkered type of trap play over on A and having a bit more of that value from the sniper rifle. And it made it a lot easier for the side of TSM to play into some of those retakes, depending on, regardless of where Cubert Academy were looking to hit on the attack. And once they found that rhythm on that retake, I think that's where we really saw TSM start to shine. And shifting over to the other half there, Lemon, it seemed like a bit of a struggle for Cubert to get started there on attack.
For sure, there were some wires being crossed on the Cubert side, but like we had a bit of a giggle. Whether it was that lineup that you did just see, the team kill on the Hunter's Fury, missed comms on teleporting the spike to A when the site wasn't fully checked out in round 10. But like you said, Ash, it was a strong first quarter, but there's 3 other quarters to this when it comes to Cubert, and it was tied until it wasn't. Like we were 8-8 until TSM took over, and I found the TSM on their attack worked the map really well. They looked for the Vice Wall. Timotino would trigger it, then they would work the rest of the map, kind of trying to play slowly against those smokes. And, you know, maybe there were some slips in the TSM layering. I mean, it was 8-8 for the longest time for a reason. Like, what were they going to do against Cubert on the other side of the smokes? Is it spamming? Is it swinging? Is it shock darts? Like, there was a lot of options, not always so tight on how they wanted to execute. But then there were really clutch moments, like GMD 3K to end round 19. A lot of good game IQ, like someone from 7 in that 1v1 against Caillou in round 17, where he had 9 HP, and Timotino has been so clean with the openers. So big win for TSM at the finish line, though.
Yes, and this is where you want to start your lower bracket, your continuation of your lower bracket run. If you want to win your map pick, you want to win it convincingly, right? This is a TSM that kind of found themselves struggling a little bit in the beginning and like losing to Envy, but this is just going to show that they've been putting in the work that what Ash talked about, the Funhaver tournament coming off fresh. Uber mentioned it on the cast. You can see, Ash, all the kind of machinations are coming together for this team.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think the game plan was really solid heading into Haven. They made the right adjustments into this map here as well. I think what was difficult for Cubert Academy too was the fact that they were really anticipating TSM to maybe get a little bit more active on defense. They knew that they were expecting some of those trap plays to come in when you're running that breach. You're really expecting that to be the portion that shines for that composition, but they were really hesitant to give anything away early, and TSM definitely struggled a bit, I think, in the beginning with that lack of information. But overall, I think that it was a nice attempt out of Cubert Academy. They had swap onto the defense though, and unfortunately we weren't really able to see that stall capability come together either. TSM were just so good at setting up Timotino for those first engagements once we saw sides.
And we want to highlight Timotino as well as 7, 2 players we highlighted in our pre-show as well for you guys as the audience to keep an eye on. And Lemon, they did exactly what we told the audience to look out for that they would do.
Yeah, just 7 is such an MVP, like, throughout the history of TSM. He's just been so valuable with the flash initiators, the sentinels, whatever you need from him, he delivers. And he continues to gel so well with Timotino. I mean, 7 had the most amount of assists in the lobby at 15. And Timotino, I think, had 4 first bloods and just really consistent on having these strong starts, at least when it came to that second half. And then they were able to build that win streak and go to the end. And 7's game IQ, like I said, has really shown, even in moments when he's alone, when he's with the rest of the team, and they knew how to play slowly and really flesh out all these ideas.
I love that shout out coming out from Lemon as well. The fact that, yeah, we do see 7, he had like what, 15 assists for Haven, but his utility was also, even though there weren't necessarily picks that were coming off of his utility, on that breach, once they started racking up those rounds on defense, that was all on Seven. A lot of those moments, just being able to stall out a lot of those pushes, whether it's with his flashes or those fault lines, they were connecting and buying time for the rest of TSM to come in. Alvin Boy on those flanks at times. And again, once Timotino was on that operator, it was so difficult for Cubert Academy to find that space, find that ability to try and like lurk up with how bunkered TSM were playing. And I think this is what I want to look at heading into Icebox here as well with that dynamic duo. We saw that change out of TSM in their Icebox composition in that matchup up against, I believe it was Winthrop. And that was Timotino back onto the Jet, right? Something that we know he's so good at, so comfortable on. But then Seven being on the Omen in particular, leaning into that double controller composition compared to the single harbor that we saw TSM running previously. Seven being on that Omen, having that paranoia, I think just assists so much in being able to help Timotino find that space. And that's where TSM really shine, is being able to highlight their duelist player, give him the support that is needed to have him pop off on the Jet.
For sure. And this is the Cubert Academy map pick. So they obviously have a plan up their sleeve. Slow day for someone like Caillou, who's usually a shining star on this team. And, you know, we joke about the IGL tax, but it was really real, you know, having that 0-6 sort of start, the team kill on the Hunter's Fury. So I don't doubt someone like Caillou. He has a lot of maturity and he carries a lot of responsibility, especially when you're in a tight scenario like this, especially in playoffs. So I have no doubt that on a more comfortable map like this, Caillou can really step up, especially on the Gecko. We've seen that when they played against Maryville, which was a 13-8. And that's a very strong team to take a win up against. But with the lack of duelists that Cubert like to play, it is going to be about getting the full value out of that util. And Caillou has been a known threat over in yellow, playing that Gecko. So I look forward to that bounce back from him.
And this is the map you need to win Cubert, right? If you want to keep your lower bracket dreams alive. Otherwise, it is a clean 2-0 from TSM. But I do also want to go back to our predictions just in our mind as well. A lot of us, except for me, all of us, except for me, predicted Cube to win this. And I think it's because of that tenacity that they have. They are a team and they are a group of young men individuals who just have this insane, like, they dig deep is what I'm trying to say. Is they I would not be surprised if this was a clean smackdown against TSM because of just how tenacious they are. And I don't use that word lightly. I don't use tenacity lightly, but it is something that is so special to watch, Ash.
It definitely is something so special to watch. And I think talking about that Icebox and the composition that Cubert Academy are running as well without that duelist with the double controller, and double initiator, I think what's going to be really interesting is my eyes are going to be on TSM to be very prepared for this match, especially once we look to swap sides, because TSM will be starting out on attack first. But Cubert, they love to hit over towards that B side of the map. That's something that TSM is going to have to keep in mind for our second map of today. And comparatively, I think that what's going to be interesting is last time around, I think very consistently we've talked about how aggressive Redux is on the Omen, how he plays that pseudo duelist here for the squad. But we even saw Knights like taking that role on and being like the Viper that's just like jumping through smokes to find those entries onto site. And it gets a little bit harder, I think, to read into who is going to be that tip of the spear for Cubert Academy after that last performance.
And folks, while I know you want to get into Icebox, I know I'm so sorry. I need to take Cubert on a walk again. He needs to go out. I need to get in there. So I'm going to go take him out, but we'll be right back. Okay. Cubert, where are you? Oh my God, where are you down here? Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Cubert is back from his walk, and he's ready to see his team's pick of Icebox and Lemon. We see a Gecko on the side of Sentinels. We see no Harbor on the side of TSM, though, like we were talking about.
Yeah, same comps that we've seen from before, and TSM are going to be on the attack, so they're not going to have as many flashes than Cubert have. Cubert have, of course, the Nismo flash and the Caillou flash, so they have to be really decisive, speaking about Cubert, of how they want to traverse all the smokes and maybe really try to find some good timing against TSM, while a lot rides on someone like Vor to get the information on the Sova deep within those sites, and someone like Seven to make the plays with Timotino. Now, you have a Duelist, you got to take the space and really own it.
I think the one thing that we expect from this team right now is just like they have to move, right? Like this is a team that is do or die. Not only are you in the lower bracket, you lost your first map, and you better show that you picked this map for a reason. So friends, I'm gonna send it to my lovely casters, to my favorite gentlemen. It is Vansili and Uber.
Thank you very much, Liz in the desk. Yeah, back, of course, with our second map of this series. TSM choose Haven, come out on top. We've sort of discussed a little bit how that all sort of went down, but nothing like seeing a bit of Nismo KO Vansili, and we're likely to get it in the next map too if we get there.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting map actually chosen by Cubert Academy because they haven't had the best of starts on defensive sides for most of the times that they played Icebox so far, although they always finished with a victory towards the end. But this is a perfect opportunity here for TSM to potentially get this upset for this series, because also you allow Timotino to start things off on the attack. That's where he had the most of his value on the first map against Cubert Academy on Haven. I think he was 4, 6, and 3, whiffing a lot of op shots, but then got all the entries as possible on the attack and went like 16 and 5 on the attack itself. So you have somebody who's second highest rated in Challengers in Timotino, warmed up for the second map, starting off on the attack side. So it's not going to be an easy fight here for Cubert Academy. But I think towards the end, though, Uber, there's one thing that's good for Cubert Academy is they're always able to bounce back here when they lose the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. Something they've had to do on multiple occasions on their run here. This will be no exception. We'll see what TSM have up for us, though, on this attack side. This pistol round with a 1-3-1 look, an early foray up mid for TSM. Doesn't really spot anything out. Whereas Cubert set for contact with a bit of a heavier gamble towards the A side. I realize it's only Alvin Boy lurking now as it 0 point reveals it.
Interesting enough, though, that Cubert Academy are not rotating off of that because they've lost so much mid control in the beginning, so they have to be wary of mid lurks or whatnot, especially when the turret is gone. So TSM still has the advantage of working the map so far, selling this semi-fake towards this B side. It'll have to come down to this lurk on middle with GMD on how he could cut these rotates.
And they're not convinced that B is the way to go. Alvin Boyle, obviously, still tucked in on that A side, and Timon is always finding some kind of devilish timing. He finds Caillou, but it is traded out eventually, as Nismo was waiting for him kitchen side. And this seems to be more than enough to give TSM the go signal to work onto this A side.
And that tough part for Cubert, because they lost mid control, they have to stick on a 2-2 sight hold on both extremities. So you can walk contact for TSM. There's only one person watching the contact, and that's Redux.
Is the play. It's going to be nice. Waiting for Vor to step on up. Alvin finally springs into action this round, and Timo tests the corner. Should be a double swing, and they even keep Timo alive even better. Trading would have been worst case, would have still been fine. Paranoia, though, head first, run into, and eventually Alvin is going to see Satellite enter that smoke. Well, that's an open and shut case here in the pistol. They lose the Viper early, so TSM don't have the wall option on B, so they throw all their eggs in the A basket.
Another huge miscom for the beginning of the round, this time for Cubert Academy. Just having that jump spot on middle from Caillou and leaving that unattended for that kill to happen for GMD. You needed Nismo to start moving up a little bit more before it could actually commit for the full swing and full clear on middle. At least they get the trade-off, but you lose so much thinning out the defense here over on that A site, and you saw how TSM was able to overtake Flood and even not allow the last two players to rotate from the B side to get any ground gained on that rotate. So now the outlaw for TSM for the second round. Looks like Timotino was potentially looking to start it off here on this B site, But I feel now that we're floating around here, we might need a timeout because I see somebody just holding in spawn, and that's 7.
Yeah, we're on a bird cam here, so you know that something is a little amiss. This, of course, would be a pretty standard push towards the Outlaw for Timo in this second round, if we sort of get there. There's obviously something to bear in mind is that if, you know, Timo is going to be looking for those opportunities up mid, he doesn't want to take too many undue risks because that B side hit is far more simple when your Viper is still in play. And we're waiting on the call from the tech pause, folks. We'll let you know what the reason for the delay is when we find out.
I'm actually surprised here, Uber. You're a smart man. We see pigeons on Icebox. It's very cold out here, and it seemed like they're flying to migrate. I don't think pigeons are migrating birds, right?
They do not migrate. No. They actually stay in their initial locations. They actually live their entire lives, like in the
Where the
same
hell are they
place.
flying then? They're flying into the water.
Well, maybe pigeons just live in Antarctica. I don't really know. I mean, dude, this could be a bay. Like, bro could be flying across the bay. Like, I don't see a pigeon flying on this map and assume that he's going to Madagascar. You know, they're not long haul flyers like a bloody albatross. That wingspan is not going to carry them very far. Though I would suggest that, like, with the distinct lack of thermals in this part of the world, as it were, we won't be all that easy to get around.
And I actually, Google Assistant just helped me out as well. Pigeons also do not live in Antarctica. They're found in every continent except for the icy Antarctic. I don't know if this is necessarily Antarctic, but
they're not found in sort of cold environments. I'm pretty sure.
So why do we have him here?
Is it even a pigeon though?
It kind of looks like a pigeon.
It is a little bit.
Production,
pigeon-y.
can we get back into the pigeon cam? Maybe it's another layer that proves to us that pigeons are just robots spying on the world.
I think there's actually only one species of bird that is endemic to Antarctica, and the rest are
those penguins?
Accidental. Probably. Are we counting? Yes. I mean, I think we're counting penguins. There are like some smattering of waterfowl every now and then, and also sheathbills.
There it is. It looks like a pigeon. It's got a line on its beak.
But
red eyes.
But is this Alpha or Omega Earth? Do you know what I mean?
You know,
'Cause if they're
you're right.
Omega pigeons, like, I don't actually know whether Icebox is in, whether it's Alpha or Omega Earth. I think the lore heads are different. I mean, there's all this kingdom stuff.
Cyprel, please help us.
Yeah, we're back into the game though, folks. So thanks for sticking with us. A little ornithology lesson for all of you.
So we talked about the Outlaw available for Timotino, and I thought he was going to try to get a little bit more space on this B side first, but they are actually looking for inserts in the first place. So you see this orb coming up. It's quite dangerous, though, that it's actually 7 moving up with the spike to clear out that area, but thankfully, no shenanigans comes out of Cubert, and TSM's in a good spot now to take full control of B.
Yeah, I mean, this is just exactly how the round they want. Another stack on the A side here, which is, customary. But Knights is playing his life well, right? Just fall back behind this util, clear the recon, maybe try and imply that there's a couple of extra players here, but it's obviously not going to stop TSM from doing exactly what they want. Obviously, with the better weapons, the yellow control for Timotino is going to be pretty hard to break. There's a flash there. A second now. Lost pit towards yellow. Follow-up, though, is lacking and can only be questionable when there's nothing but classics in the game. Timo takes 3 kills in a round, already building up towards that first Blade Storm at a rate of knots.
Yeah, it's kind of I'm watching Baby Bay over at FaZe Clan days. Just owning on pistol rounds, getting a lot of kills on the anti-eco, and then just making sure that no matter what happens, his economy is still going to be really good to follow up with the rest of the team round after round for any case that you have the opposite team starting to come back already early in the game. That said, though, things continue to be fairly clean, and you're starting to see as well that TSM takes full advantage of this B site take when, the composition in itself doesn't really allow for you to take the B site as easily because you don't have any wall plants, you don't have a cove that they used to play in the past.
Yeah, no sage or anything like that.
Correct. Now you're just leveraging the rifle. Now that you're playing against rifles, you're leading back towards the A side and looking to duel here against those 3 players of Cubert, just holding back towards the pipes.
3 players to A for the attack side now, and Timotino is going to show a bit of barrel here, most likely. Redux waiting on that opportunity. He'll be given it. And Timo's able to swing on the angle and not be punished for it. That is crazy. Nobody over on the A side itself. There's no rafter presence here for Cubert, so he gets away with that. But still, it doesn't really play towards TSM's win condition so much. They're going to need to close the gap a little bit, and that is the plan. They know they're up against a full buy here, of course. So they don't want to just be running willy-nilly over Cubert Academy. TSM slowly working A. And it looks as if Gimon is finally starting to get a bit active up mid. He's the one you'd expect it from. That little mid to late round lurk from the Viper. Gonna have to happen sooner rather than later. There it is. The trades start to get broken up, though, as the tailwind comes in from Timotino. He doesn't get what he needs, but he breaks crosshair placement enough for TSM to take these crossfires.
They have to close it on GMD. The alarm bot already shows that he's present towards kitchen, but they decide to give that up. GMD now has a window to work with in the post plant. Oh, wait, he's strolling.
Okay, he is really going the long way around. This does leave Vora alone.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, he needs a bit more info. Okay, able to force Knights off the planet at least, even if it's not finding any damage. The high-low setup is good, and where's Gimon? Where's the boy? He's, well, too late. He is too... Bro had to go by the gift shop on the way out. You know what I mean? He had to get himself a little Antarctic pigeon carving for the desk setup.
Unfortunately, missed the flight. The door closed, the plane's gone, and Cubert gets the round. That's the unfortunate thing, but the idea was there. I still like how they really entered towards the site for TSM, though. You saw that when everything got stalled by a KO knife, Vora actually fell all the way back, so he recon darted towards Orange while they're smoking towards Boiler. So if the turret was actually there, it would have added even more pressure and potentially even a rotate across. But Cubert had the better setup. They had this turret right there inside the kitchen. They didn't have to over-rotate in that scenario, and you see how everything panned out on that 2 versus 3, which was quite easy for Cubert to take over in the end when GMD was left stranded against passive utility set up here by Satellite.
So you talked about in the previous round, less of a sure thing to try and take this B side. Nismo finds timing and his punish. Team is able to see him straight away. Wow, okay. Well, he's cracked this one, hasn't he? Satellite wants to just forget about it. Don't leave your guns at home. Nicely done by Timotino. Sees the third player up towards Crow's Nest and dispatches him instantly.
Yeah, it really almost feels like this type of matchup really favors anybody to brawl up towards this B site, because as much as we talk about how difficult it is for TSM with this composition to get plants towards this B site, it's still very hard for Cubert to even retake on that side. You're almost leveraging the same type of playstyle of the Omen and the Viper to really start smoking up some angles, and you start to scale back up. So initially, you're just trying to hold as best as you can if you have the correct read into the B site and not give it up to your opponents. It becomes basically a team deathmatch. We've seen the value that Timotino consistently is getting on the attack side to open up for TSM, and it really throws Cubert Academy for a loop around here when they're playing so passively in those moments at the beginning of these rounds. The 2-1-2 setup that they wanted to be more reactive on it, but the whole burst from TSM really surprised them.
Yeah, and they had to play it up towards yellow. Like, in theory, you want to just trade into that to some degree as defenders. TSM are ready to fight for that B side of the map. They have to. Like you mentioned, they don't have like any cheese. They can't wall. They can't cove. They don't have like that extra layer of harbor util. They're expecting someone to try and flash out on them, and they just have to fight for that space. So pretty important round from TSM to take here. Cubert can still buy to some degree. It is a stinger in the hands of Satellite, though. What's the look here? Maybe an expectation of some kind of walk up. It's more TSM style over the course of this series. Redux here knows this time around he has to either play his life and get out or get some serious value.
And this is what I'm liking. Now both the initiators are playing behind the line so they can flash and support towards that yellow pressure that Redux has. So Paranoid double flash, you fight this.
Like this, yeah. It's about to get ugly, folks. Paranoid is going to force him on away. He's able to jump. It's a mosh pit in play that makes it a bit awkward. 7 drops down off of yellow and behind the wall. Timo thinks about the shorty for a moment. It's Vora for 7. Nice taken down as Nismo on the other side of these boxes. Timo just cleans him up, man. Not able to double down on this occasion. That's what you want. TSM expecting a fight. Cubert at least trading evenly until now, and just the stinger. That little double back from Alvin, maybe realizing his opponent has a weaker long-range weapon, is very prescient. And it gets TSM not only ahead, but also maybe a round that's worth 2 for them.
And Cubert was just trying to find that timing that they could potentially break TSM when they're going to try to get the wall up to execute towards the B site. But as they do that, that wall thrown up by GMD actually saves TSM and allows for them to fall back. It stalls really the amount of value that Dizzy got from Caillou, I think it blinded 2 people on top of that. And once everybody gets unblinded, you definitely see that it comes down to those protocols. Who swings better for either team? It really came down to even trades until this lurk had so much value from Alvin Boy that won them the round here for TSM. So that continues for me to show that TSM are really good in terms of the heads-up play adaptation throughout this series so far, based on the main macro plans that are coming out from either teams.
Another tech pause here. The earlier one was a mic issue, so communication obviously is what I would sort of file that under. And we get Penguin Cam, which would make Rivington very, very happy.
You're throwing it back to last year for a cast of Riven Eye.
He's a big. Did you know, by the way, that pigeons can actually recognize themselves in a mirror?
Really?
They actually have a self-cognitive ability that's better than some 3-year-olds.
I did not know that, and that's actually quite awesome.
Yeah, I don't know how, because I guess
you don't know how you know.
Well, I mean, they don't have any really distinguishing marks. I guess they probably do, but being able to spot that is pretty impressive. They also, credit to them, the male pigeons also help incubate the eggs. So kind of a base bird species. Now that's a seagull. So at least that I feel like is accurate. I still don't think there are seagulls in Antarctica, but maybe they just sort of turn up. That I don't know about.
Yes, gulls are found in the waters around Antarctica.
Okay.
With the kelp gull and the southern black-backed gull being 2 species observed by the Southern Ocean.
Did you just say southern?
Yeah, Southern Ocean. Dude, this is what the AI tells me, man. I'm just reading what I'm reading.
That's I know you're Canadian, bro, but that's on a whole different level. So there you go, folks. So the seagulls more geographically accurate, or should I say accurate? Yeah, I can make
wait, is that how we say in Canadian?
No, I just thought I had a pass to just basically take a word and butcher its pronunciation.
You know, I'll give you a pass if you want to butcher a pronunciation. Try to say my full name now.
Alexandre?
Yeah? What's my Vietnamese name? Actually, you know what? Don't say the full name.
What, bro? No, dude. I think I'd get fined for even trying to pronounce it.
Liga Ace, would you fire Uber for trying? I don't think so. They're nice people. Nice people.
Type it out. Type it out.
Type it out to you?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
Oh, God.
It's easy, dude. It's only 4 letters.
I'll
give you a hint. You ever play Mortal Kombat? We'll talk about it later. We're back. Yeah, exactly. Right. There you go.
Damn, bro. Right. That goes kind of hard. What are you calling yourself Alexandre for, bro? The hell?
My homies, the real homies call me Kang for sure. It does go hard.
That's crazy.
Start calling me that, Uber.
Okay, well, Satellite downed Timotino again. Just instrumental in those first picks on Haven on a number of occasions, punishing that mid play. Just dominates Satellite. Obviously, this is the kind of round you sort of expect to sweep in and take away either, but this is definitely going to reduce the threat of that potential thrifty. And it turns out that TSM have made the correct call again in terms of the site that was gambled. Straight to A. They've opened it up. Highly aware, though, of course, of the rest of Cubert hunting to get some of these guns away.
But who opens it up again? It's now Timotino. We're going to have to keep an eye on the performances that he keeps putting up on the attack here for the team. They talked about on the desk. Big shoes to fill here when Sim kind of left the roster, but so far Timotino is doing a great job and not having the same type of like overheat style that Sim kind of has to bring for TSM in the past. It works that well. Look at how it allows for them to be so coordinated in these post plants, despite it being an anti-eco. But the fact that they're able to just swing all together and have that third player that doesn't overheat to help out here for these fights. Not saying that Sim overheats all the time, but he also has those moments where he needs to find that extra timing because he's already gotten it by how more aggressive he is versus Timotino. And it worked out in some moments because you've seen that from casting TSM's games from last year.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, that shell was, it felt like quite streaky, right?
Yeah.
A very high ceiling what Sim was able to provide. Timotino, though, has been consistent over this series. And if TSM want to lock up that second seed for Ascension, that's how they need to be going about it. Now, this is what you want to start seeing Cubert not leverage the operator that, Redux has picked up. So taking this over to Rafters is a decent pick, but also make use of some of these ultimates they got ready. Obviously, having the thrash here for Caillou. Nismo with a null command. TSM don't like what they saw there, actually sort of starting to approach 410. They pulled out of A entirely.
Poison's off.
I agree, and it almost looked like Timotino wanted to find that B fight on his own, just because so much pressure and smoke came through from the A side in the beginning from Cubert. Are we going to TP spawn? Not with Spike, fake TP. I'll take it.
Yeah.
So where are the inserts?
It's been pinged out, and yeah, wow, it gets a 0 point. Oh, Nismo's going to check. Oh, Gimoni's able to capitalize on that fake TP to spawn. And then he just tears strips off of the remaining Cubert players to try and challenge him. We'll stick the plant here despite the snake bite.
Oh
and an
my
Alvin
God.
boy just wrecks them. Knights has to do it all here, and frankly, he never stood a chance.
That was a fire strat, though, for TSM. Not only from a fake it to spawn that was thrown out here by 7. I mistaken to say GMD here with this play because I usually always see him as an omen, but the fact that they pull out the rotates, that they force it to check, you have a double insert that went up towards that ramp from GMD and also from the A site. And because GMD gets the first kill onto Nismo, everybody's going to be focused on trying to take him down. That gave that window, the opening here for Alvin Boy to take. That was a really nice strat cooked up here from the side of TSM, where you talked about Star Duelist, or we talked about the Star Duelist being Timotino always finding and having to find an opening so far for TSM on his half. It's just been a well drawn out play overall.
That was such a big investment round from Cubert Academy, Vans. I mean, Redux picks up an operator and then just isn't really posted up in the best spot to make use of it. Ends up walking back to rafters like in that early round. It doesn't see anything because TSM's mid rounding is kind of insane. They've also just made some great calls in the anti-gamble scenario, but that play up tube, the fake omen TP that gets Nismo, I guess he just exposes himself. It's such a weird interaction. I just don't think that encounter occurs often where the player in tube is watching towards spawn to see who's going to go and check the smoke. But it's such a simple thing. It requires such limited investment on TSM's behalf, and they have tube control. They're able to make use of it.
And the thing is that kind of throws me off a little bit too, is because Nismo did a great job knifing to check the radius of that smoke. But he ran towards that smoke to throw it instead of throwing it from spawn, where he could still hold up an anchor on the A site. So it really shows that Cubert wasn't expecting this type of play, and they reacted on the fly, but didn't have anything drawn up to react to follow up after that. And now this timeout is really for them to clean up the act a little bit more here so that they could start this comeback, because TSM, they're on to another very strong start on the attack side.
Yeah, 6-1, very strong total. Cubert brought down to half, essentially. Ooh, okay, timing just not on Timo's side there. It's fine. Still no spike, of course. That's still inching its way tentatively in the same direction. It might be time for that now. Gimon hit by the Dizzy, instantly blinded up. But there's 7. No. Oh, man, caught mid-TP. Redux didn't have a chance to respond. And now all the half-decent weapons are gone from Cubert's side. That's trying to interfere a little bit there. Oh, that's classy. Nicely done by Gimon. A little jump shot to end the round. Cubert here, they called that timeout, and they've held onto these ultimates, Vansili. Something's got to give.
Uber, it's not called a classy, it's called a classic that he killed him with. But
yeah,
definitely
that was the weapon. Yeah, sorry, I don't get it.
Oh, my bad.
Just tell it again, hold on.
Okay, so you right-clicked him with a classic, but you said that was classy, but it's a classic. That's a classic that killed him. Not
yeah,
classic.
I don't get it, sorry.
It's okay. At this spheres in the
that's
chat.
On me,
if anybody
that's
falls,
hands up. That's on me, brother. That's on me.
It's all good. I forgive you.
I'm sure
I forgive you. The timeout was for this though. To really looking like they want to give up and not give up middle. They really want to punish these lurks. So there's 3 players moving on this side and a change of a setup here. So this allows now Cubert to delay as much as they could around Satellite's position because he has a lockdown to work with. And I was hoping that was going to be the play. If this hit comes through, he throws the lockdown, people are going to be forced to rotate back, and then there's 3 players from Cubert to be able to fight back. Instead, it's just a Redux insert, and because he was just spotted by Timotino, they have to give all of that up. So now TSM, it almost doesn't look like it yet, but they once again have full control of that map to do whatever they want on how they're lurking around, because Knights is solo on that site. The only thing helping him at that point is his own util.
Cubert are so, you're right, they're so invested in this mid control. Turret and 2 players still pinging the bottom of tube, so they're going to go look for that. That's going to cost some seconds. I think it's just being jiggled by Redux right now, and this will free Nismo up to head towards B. This is as we know, the correct call. Oh, no! Oh, that's disastrous! Oh, he gets another one!
Dude.
Everybody walking into the crosshairs for Timotino, and Nismo just got CS there. Swinging out, going for a knife timing, and it's the exact worst time to make that peak. And there's just a sense that Cubert not supposed to win this map.
And that was off 2 smoke cycles on the defense that prevents the players from moving out. And Timotino continues to open up with the op. What are you gonna do with this lockdown now? You just counter ulti.
Yeah, that's gonna be the case. Hunter's Fury there will clear the lockdown. TSM now no longer forced off the site, and Cubert likely forced into a save here. Need to try and do something on the backside of this half, but they've already lost so much equity here. Another big investment round for them. Goes up in a puff smoke.
I'll take it.
You know,
And maybe they could take the op.
Player
No.
standing.
Judging by the way this round has gone, I 100% expected Timo to hit that. That's how I've been conditioned.
To be fair,
well,
I agree. And they'll still at least take it on the attack side, though, to carry it over Timotino again. But the investment of the lockdown, I literally just talked about a timeout to clean up the act a bit for Cubert Academy. You can't play a 2 versus 5 retake, 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5, when you also still have counter lockdown and Hunter's Fury available on the attack. That was just something that could be saved within this round right here if they're able to stick together, even save those 2 weapons into the next round. So yeah, this is looking grim here for Cubert Academy. And again, this is why I was surprised. This is Cubert's map pick. Why do we take this?
I mean, they're not even losing out on a macro level is the issue. The fact that Timotino has about as many kills as the entirety of Cubert Academy is telling much of the story. It's his 14 to their 15 combined. Okay, play forward. I like this. A little bit of sass. And still, Timo's done it up to 15 now. Caillou could not get away. Seven will just take this challenge, brimming with confidence, with every reason to be. Here comes TSM. Oh, God, it is a slaughter.
Spike planted.
Nice has a judge, too, also in the B site, man. I think you can't do anything with it, but almost, I would probably say save this into the next round. Why the hell not? They still have maybe another opportunity to utilize Knights into a forward position and hold out the front B site, because there's no way you're going to be able to rotate across and get value with this judge back into trying to get a pick at least, right? So you could definitely see him now anchored up towards that kitchen and holding it through. But if there's anything that I could sprinkle at least for the side of Cubert Academy, I talked about like bad defensive rounds. They're definitely way more successful on their attack side versus the defense when it comes down to a map like this. I think that what skews the stats a little bit higher for the defensive side for Cubert Academy was only 1 game, and I think that was against Box of Rockets, if not mistaken. If not the rest, they've always trailed from behind when they're starting on the defensive side, but this composition allows for them to find good value on the attack. So we're hoping that we're going to see that shine here once we switch sides, because right now there's just isn't any answer for what TSM is currently doing. Even if they read it correctly, they're just getting out-aimed by Timotino too.
I mean, at least, like, you can't accuse Cubert of being only reactive in this game. Look, I'm glad to see that early variation they tried to throw towards Jail on A side last round.
Yep.
They get just completely dunced, though, by that util used by TSM. And then once again, like, there is still a walk up here. And still some pretty decent ultimates, but it's just never been a situation for that null command to be remotely relevant. Or the Thrash, for that matter. These guys are sitting on ultimates round after round, obviously denying themselves the chance to cycle into them a second time for this half. Whereas TSM have not really had to use theirs. There's a lockdown. If they really want to bully into a part of the map, they can just deploy that. But I like this. Don't mind Redux being here. The problem is that Alvin has not been giving up a whole lot as the loose end on this part of the map. They don't have a way to spot Redux in advance. And he's creeping closer and closer. Dangerous! Bro, util. I think util
He had his hands out. He had his hands out.
Nothing in them. That's the problem. 0 to show. And all of a sudden, TSM is getting timing across the map.
Planted.
The timing on Redux also gives that timing onto Caillou. He was not set up. And now Nismo is trying to go for a solo play to flood out because his teammates are still rotating across, and Knights only has a judge at 10 HP. So he was already hit in the chest earlier on here by an outlaw from Timotino, and I think it came down to that, not necessarily on the pressure that they had towards that B site. It was just the timing that they missed here for Cubert against TSM that last round. Dude, he's just continuing to farm, man.
Yeah, it's just something special here in this game from Timotino. And yeah, talk about attack side of the map all you like, that's fine. But this is the last round of the half, and this is Cubert's last chance, not only to divest themselves of some of these ultimates, but to just get onto the board. Really unfortunate for Redux. He just chooses to drift back at, or kind of could be the wrong time. I just expected it to be pretty much one and done.
Yeah.
And fall off maybe after taking a couple of kills. No one's really looking at jail. But he just second guesses himself. And I mean, God, look at that. Just think of it, like Nismo try to, 0 point on B, just getting shot in the face. Like so many of these individual timings have just gone, in fact, all of them have gone against Cubert Academy this half.
Yeah. And they'll try it again, at least this time, where they found a little bit of space, but nope, Knights dies. They still have the paranoid flash that they can work with, though. Somebody's got to break this drone so that Nismo gets value off his corner. He's spotted.
Oh, God, they know everything now. They know exactly what's happening. They're going to go for it. They're going to take the fight. Hey, what are you doing? You have an outlaw in your hands. Timo just runs into Nismo. Tries to get ahead, apparently, the null command. Now, that wasn't possible, but still, they just win that fight. Complete and utter disrespect. We are JDM inclined right now. 7 will get that plant down. And it is on satellite to try and salvage what has been a disastrous half for Cubert Academy.
Do people still remember the GDM lean? I mean, it's been, what, 4 years now? Oh, I feel like a lot of the new viewers has started watching Valorant since EG won 2023 champs in LA. So yeah, probably 80% of the people watching this stream probably doesn't know about JDM. That said, though, I have to say, sorry, Mitch, looking at the composition for Cubert for this half, when they're playing 3 flash setups, I would expect for them to have this coordination of, okay, we have some sort of pressure. It doesn't necessarily always have to be double flashes to try to fight, because that seems obvious and you're just falling back here from the side of TSM like you saw previously. But if you take, for example, how Ethan was playing as a KO for Energy in the past few games, the way that he sets up pop flashes, that's unavoidable by the opponents trying to push forward, and the line that he protects and the person that's inserted on that line gets free kills out of that. I unfortunately haven't seen that coming out of Cubert Academy in terms of adaptation from round to round against TSM here. This is not the type of first half I was expecting. I was expecting Cubert Academy, despite being bad on defense, could get at least like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think that's what you're hoping for up against an opponent like TSM. Just give yourself a lifeline for that second half. Now, a lot of you two are out early, and I mean, yeah, Demon's just happy to give this space up. Big damage, by the way, big damage. That is obviously just decay from the poison orb they all ran through, so never mind. Have a nice day. Still be positioned up towards Crow's Nest, though. TSM trying to make their way out. Alvin has made some level of inroads, but it's a weird angle to try and check. Kimon drops down, though, deals with Redux. At long range, Timotino was knocking Nismo very low, and now he's on his ass. This is brutal. Knight so often finding himself in his solo scenarios. He was the loose end at B in that first half. Has to go nuts. Down to 50. Tap of the spike here and there. Timotino and Alvin Boy will swing together, and Knights was still able to find a window. This is big. Down to 50. But of course, the Grim Reaper himself puts him out of his misery and puts TSM within striking distance of that grand finals berth.
Anybody else alive in those 3 players for TSM outside of Timotino, I would have said Knights has a chance to win this one too. But Timotino's been red hot since that second half of Haven, and he's not missing anything at all. It was a valiant attempt, a nice try, but this is what I'm talking about here. The wall comes down. You have Nismo trying to swing out, just trying to go for a hero play. Everybody's watching different angles. They're not committed to say, let's fight for this angle. Let's swing for that spot. And now TSM, they have 11 chances to close this out. I mean, this is only a matter of time.
Yeah, and in the Timotino versus Cubert Academy matchup, it's Timotino 24 kills to Cubert 22. Yeah. All right, here's 7 trying to get ahead of the game. I respect it. Sometimes you let the game come to you. Timotino hoping to do just that. Gets off the line, but runs into Knights. Now a bit of pace being played with for Cubert as they realize this is their last chance. So Wingman will complete the spike plant. TSM leaning on 3. Stinger, Bulldog, Phantom to work with. Oh, God. Bring him on. He's having one. Pushed up. Alvin Boy with a better weapon here. Timing for Vora. Oh, it's beautiful. And Caillou goes down to the Stinger at long range. Well, it's a map that ends in much the way that it began. Utter domination. And Cubert Academy with a nightmarish performance.
Defenders win.
We knocked right on down.
Surprising enough that Cubert Academy in their run have been looking so good, but in 2 scenarios in the playoffs got 13-1, once against Envy on Sunset, and this time right here against TSM, that allows themselves to secure a higher seed going into Ascension, something that was much needed for this team to give themselves a chance here to ascend into partnership into next year. But oh, so far this series, Uber, it's been so good for TSM.
Absolutely. They are looking very good, and they're looking stable. They're looking consistent, and they're showing us a ton of looks. At no point do I feel like, on Haven especially, with TSM scraping the bottom of the barrel, ton of ways to get early edges over Cubert Academy in what was at least starting out to be a pretty close map, but there was no life in their opponents. And of course, Cubert can't ascend. We know that, but we hoped that they would have given a bit more of a fight in a match like this, but I'm sorry, folks, it is not to be. They were only here for a short time. And this means, of course, TSM advanced to that lower final. Chance to make it, of course, into Grands, but it's going to take a little bit more doing, another best of 5 ahead of them. We, of course, are going to be back to break this game down, get some interviews out of the way, and look towards our final best of 3 of the day.
Well, folks, it was a blink and you miss it kind of game. TSM take the series 2-0, but with a statement on Cubert's map pick, winning 13-1. Ash, the only round Cubert won was the bonus in round 3.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one here for the likes of Cubert Academy. And this is also after we talked so much about how good their Icebox tends to be. But TSM, they did a really good job of picking into the attack side, which is not only, solid for them, but also the much weaker side on defense for Cubert to start things off into that first half. And I think what's really interesting about how Cubert likes to play that defensive side is you expect, okay, you've got those flash plays coming out, right? But then you also have mollies galore on that side. And it feels like we rarely ever get to see them playing for that kind of like stall potential for that plant, right? It's often a lot of like solo risks that you see being taken because of the lack of information that this team has. And then also a lack of backup and support from the other person who's on that site with them. And if that's the reason why we also saw TSM so successful with those first bloods.
Yeah, it's just so interesting that we've talked about the Cubert chemistry, how fluid their flow state, and how incredible that's been throughout the season. And we saw how disjointed that was on defense. I mean, that's just the whole storyline. The Cubert did not support each other. The risks that they took on those solo plays didn't work out. And Redux kind of wanted to be forward, but didn't have a chance to teleport out and just got punished time and time again. And they had the flashes that you could tell Cubert wanted to play aggressive, but were never really rewarded and couldn't counter and couldn't re-swing. It was tough, but TSM has been that wild card that has been criminally underrated. And under this type of pressure, TSM are a team that either crumble or they shine. And I don't think Timo needs to fill anybody's shoes. If anything, he's the one creasing everybody else's Jordans.
Oh, wait, that was bars. Wait, okay.
Bars.
That was fire. I mean, just looking at this timeline, it's absolutely stunning to see on the side of TSM. And I think you highlighted it well, Lemon, that this is a team that has been criminally underrated. To be fair, they did have some struggles in the beginning, right? Like they did have kind of necessary wake-up calls for them that were needed. But coming into, losing 2-0 to Envy, realizing their mistakes, and then Cubert, who we could argue is like the second best team was the second best team in Challengers North America, defeating them 13-1 on their map pick, confirming second seed for Ascension. That is just Lemon chef's kiss on a already incredible run.
Yeah, just the way that TSM was able to mitigate all of that pressure and that aggression coming out of Cubert. If TSM perform like this, if they face QOR or Envy or whoever comes out of that match, I could see TSM winning. But I need to see that consistency and that high-level performance. But Team Latino kind of smurfed this entire lobby. 6 first kills, a lot of them on snipers, and it was Cubert just trying to stand front and center looking for picks, and Team Latino caught them almost every single time. And you kind of wish there was another duelist on Cubert that could kind of up the ante, up the pace, and really challenge Team Tino, but even just holding angles wasn't enough for Cubert.
And I think so much of this also calls back to the support that he's receiving from his team, right? This change that TSM had to how they were looking to approach Icebox and leaning away from that harbor composition, really having Seven being there available with that paranoia to help create that space there for Timotino. And whether or not the paranoia is connecting, you are clearing out just a section of the map as he makes that entry on in. And so much of that game plan, it does rely on setting Timotino up for success, particularly when he is on this jet roll, so he can really let loose.
I mean, what a performance from him. And I love that you said, Lemon, that kind of he doesn't need to fill anyone's shoes, right? He is the one making the rules himself. He is making the box himself. He is making such a statement on his own, regardless of what happens to TSM and Ascension. What a statement he has made. But we have the post-match interview, and I decided to do something a little special. I brought in the coach for TSM NBS. Come on in here. Welcome. Happy to see you. I mean, I don't even know where to begin because TSM, lose to NV 2-0, right? And then they go in this incredible lower bracket run. I guess we can start there. Just talk to me about the difference between the NV loss versus now.
Hello. Thank you for having me, first of all. I think for us, this split is like it's a new roster, right? So we have to learn a lot of things that is wrong with the team or things we need to fix. It's like trial and error, kind of. There's one thing to practice in practice games and scrims and stuff, but once officials come, it's way different. So for us, as you saw at the start of the split, right, like it was shaky start for us. We saw a lot of things that we wanted to adjust and fix. We did that. Against Envy, some of the things did come back. We addressed them once again. It was a little bit the same against Cubert on the other LAN that we played, the Bell LAN. But it is like a work in progress. I'm very, very happy about the guys. They're showing like an immense progress in terms of their mental resilience. We do, after all, have like 3 rookies on the team. So there is like a lot of work to be done. I'm happy with the progress, but there's still way more things that we can improve.
Something that we were talking about on the desk earlier was just kind of the amount of reps that this team has. You guys do a lot of, not only besides scrims, you do a lot of tournaments offline, whether it is the Bell or the Fun Haver that you won yesterday. Is there a fear as a coach that you're pushing them too hard, or is that, does your team respond well to those amount of reps?
I think this like extra reps thing comes from my personal experience. Back in 2021, with Ascend, when we went to Masters 3, we lost to 100 Thieves just because we didn't have the official reps, the experience. So we played extra stuff in between. We went to like Barcelona to a different tournament and stuff. And what I learned that in Valorant, like momentum and tempo in your own team is so much more important than quote unquote hiding strategies. So that's what I'm applying to this team as well. We're trying to get extra reps. Like truth be told, I think without these extra reps, we would not be here as we are today. In VCL, we get like limited amount of games, like a few maps per week and stuff. While in these third-party tournaments, we can get 20 maps played in one weekend. It is a huge experience boost for the guys, especially when we have like a kind of 3 rookies on the team. It is very important. Regarding overwork, I think everyone's fine. Obviously, we have to sacrifice a little bit of personal life, spending weekends with the team instead of spending with your loved ones and friends and stuff. But this is like the final run for us, end of the year. We want to do everything we can, so we have absolutely no regrets after the season is over.
Something else I want to ask you is the feeling within the team right now. This is something that, this is kind of round 2 for Ascension, right? Last year with a different coach, they made it to Ascension. Now lightning strikes twice again. Is there a sense of, we have to do it this time? Or is it just, we're going to make it this time? What is the feeling within the team now that you have qualified and secured the 2nd seed for your Ascension run?
Expectations is a very dangerous thing in Valorant and in esports in general. I think that was one of the key issues for us in the first split, second split, and even at the start of the third split, when you're like expected to win. It's very easy to go into this rabbit hole of playing not to lose instead of playing to win. So we've been working like a lot on that. And sure, like it's very nice to get this miracle run again, but we're trying to take every game, game by game. It doesn't matter who we play against. It doesn't matter like even which tournament we play against. We're trying to treat it very seriously, and we're working like a lot on this mental resilience. We're like with the guys, and everyone's on the team. I want to like compliment all of the players because everyone's hardworking. Everyone's really responsive well to feedback. I think everyone's like very, very keen to change, to adapt to the playstyle that I bring to the team, that I see best for us as a team as well. Like we're a young, explosive team. We want to keep showing that. At the same time, we want to play disciplined Valorant as well. So we're trying to have like the best of both worlds, and I'm very happy with the performance from everyone. Like Jordan Vora has shown immense improvement as IGL from the start of the season. Like his mid-round calling is becoming like better and better every game. Seven is like the most flexible player I've ever seen. You can put him on Killjoy, on Omen, on K or Breach. It doesn't matter. You put him on Breach, he's like Battle Breach. Most first engagements, pretty much. But he gets the job done. Anthony, rock solid for the team. Very, very reliable in official games as well. Alvin is like the glue of the team. I think Anthony said it the other day as well, that Alvin is like the friend to everyone. He's holding everything together. He's the most selfless player I have ever seen. He's gonna jump your corners so you can get the kill. And Timotino, honestly, Timotino is just full package duelist, and he's just 18 years old. You know, he reminds me a lot of like Derke. When Derke was young, like 17, he looked like a full package duelist that can, you know, beat everyone, and he did. And Tim reminds me a lot of that. I think the future is very bright for him.
I love how you spent a time complimenting every single one of your players. I think that just goes to show how much of a, I don't want to call it a family, but it's how much of a unit you are, like a cohesive unit, talking about the mental resilience, talking about, you know, this strength that is incredible. I would love to hear from you. You know, you've talked about what a lot of you have been working on. What haven't you had to work on? What has TSM just been so good at since the beginning?
That is a great question.
Thank you. I'm paid to ask them. I meant that to me. Not to you.
Honestly, I think work ethic is one of the things. I was pleasantly surprised because I do come from Eastern Europe, where we like to work a lot and stuff. I guess a little bit more maybe than some of the other countries and regions. So I was expecting a little bit of, you know, rock star attitude, but I've been very surprised. I think like the players we have on the team, they're way more mature than they are, you know, at their age, than they should be. So that is one of the things that we haven't really like had to work on. Everyone's working hard, taking it very seriously, and, you know, going an extra mile and anytime they can.
Well, I'm gonna let you go celebrate your win. What a fantastic win, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. That meant a lot. As someone who has been in environments where, especially when I was younger and training in dance, you don't get that sort of laudits from your teacher, from your coach. It's hard not to become emotional hearing your coach compliment every single person individually. So I'm gonna go make sure my mascara is waterproof, but we'll be right back for a game, which I think you know is next. We'll be right back. Well, folks, the waterproof mascara is on and the broadcast perfume has been reapplied. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America Playoffs. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Lemon Kiwi and Ash on the desk. And I know you know what game is next. I don't even have to say the title, but I'm going to tell you the name of the teams anyways. It is Envy versus QOR. And you can go crazy in chat, go for it. Throw the emotes, throw the copy passes within reason. I see some of y'all are naughty out there. But I mean, Ash, talk about, you know, QOR gaming, especially going up against Envy, arguably our like favorite, most best team that we have in the region, you know, being here with them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think that looking at QOR being in that upper bracket, we've talked about how this team was one of the dark horses heading into playoffs. And even though I say dark horse, you cannot forget the fact that QOR have had basically a flawless round since that round one loss to Cubert Academy, which we just said goodbye to in our last matchup. And aside from that, they have been looking stellar since then. This is a team that was flying under the radar. That's kind of how me and Roy had been framing it for the past several weeks and whatnot. And I think that is consistent for, I think, the presence that they've had throughout stage 1 and stage 2 leading into this stage. But this is a squad that previously took down Envy. I'm really excited to see how this match is going to go.
Yeah, same here, because I think every time you pred against QOR, they get stronger and play better. So we'll get to the predictions later, but I think I want to say the haters, but the doubters have really made QOR almost more motivated. And they're one of the few teams that have been able to defeat Envy. Not a lot of teams, like a handful of teams can say they've beaten Envy, and QOR is one of them. And it feels like this season, you look at QOR and it's like they came out of nowhere, are now a top team, and it's just the right pieces coming together. You heard from the TSM interview, some teams do an insane amount of prep, and it really shows in times like this.
Yeah, I think another thing about this team is that they're going. They will make sure that you or have to meet their tempo. And the team I'm talking about is Envy. I think that team especially is just. I mean, I know you chat, go crazy, go for it. This is a team. This is a team, Lemon, that is just they play to their own tempo, and you better match it or you're gonna lose.
Yeah, it's just every time we go in Swiss, they're usually undefeated, but this time they're not. I feel like there's less pressure when you don't have to be perfect all the time. And I think they are still very close to that. I think mechanically they're the strongest team in the league, but some teams are finally getting to the point where they can shoot back, as stupid as that sounds, because a lot of teams can overwhelm Envy with utility, but at the end of the day, you got to shoot your gun to kill, and Envy have always been good at mitigating flashes, getting around pressure, and getting in the head of their opponent. They're such a relentless, overwhelming team to play against playstyle wise.
Yes, and this is, I mean, it's really funny, not funny, but it's really interesting to see how different teams will try to match their tempo. If you go back to TSM's game against Envy, I heard Gimon speak about how they messed up. They tried to match them at their own game, and unfortunately, the only people that can play their game is Envy. It's like kind of tried and true, trademarked kind of style of playing Ashe, and we've seen them become more disciplined, Ashe, but players, like Ion, like Knights have just become so I use this word all the time, but I do mean like cerebral, Ashe.
Yeah, they really have. And the fact that Ion has been so good, you look at the stats that are on the board here as well, and the fact that he is like a leader one of the leaders in ACS, like top 6, alongside all of like the duelists that are within Challengers right now. And then you take a look specifically at how he's been playing within the playoffs too. It's just so much consistency that comes from this player. And we had that conversation about some controllers that will be a little bit more on like the aggressive side, and how there's kind of like that dynamic right now. It's you're seeing either like very safe style controllers or ones that take a lot of risks. And Ion is one of those players that will take an immense amount of risks, but do not let that fool you. His utility is on spot all the time. Like those paranoias are constantly hitting. He's always setting up for his team and helping them take that space.
Yeah, and he has these unconventional agents, sorry, Liz, just to kind of hype up his clove, because sometimes you would kind of question anybody else picking up a clove, especially on something like Sunset. He has an incredible Omen on Haven as well. And Ion is not someone you sing the praises of often, just because there is a lot of like explosive players on this team. But when Ion has those moments too, where he can take over a round, and if he's on it, his clove can do so much work.
One of the people that makes Clove look excellent, but Envy will be facing QOR today. And if you haven't heard of QOR, before this playoffs, they have made a name for themselves, Ashe. I think I had an interview with Logan. He was like, yeah, you guys don't pride us. You guys don't pride us, and we know, and we're one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, I love how you standing on business on that. I mean, this is a team that I've always had a lot of respect for, and for QOR, I feel like they've always been one of those sleeper picks, like all year round, but they've really stepped up here for stage 3. Like I had been talking about previously, their only loss so far during this stage was round 1 of Swiss up against Cubert Academy. They're looking good right now in that upper bracket. And what we really have to keep in mind here as well is that for this team, making it to that grand final is everything for them when it comes down to that opportunity to get to Ascension. The fact that they are kind of fighting it out right now and have the future of Winthrop also in their hands, right? Fighting out for that potential 3rd seed to be in the plans.
I mean, just There's a
After
big
you.
calling change too. Like, just this team has made a big 180, and it's not like a blame. It's just the improvements that they've made from season to season, from core not making playoffs to being a contender to win it all. Because, and I look towards someone like Nerve, who he's still a very vocal player, but it's more Darkest who's the main IGL now. But Nerve has been there since the beginning, since halfway through 2023 as the controller, someone who's kind of dictating the pace, but now let someone like Darkest kind of make all the moves. And how he's been able to gel with someone like Alum, who's one of the best Neons that we have in the league. This team looks threatening because of Nerve and because of people like Darkest.
I do think, it's one of those things where, like, we talked with the coach at TSM in our post-match interview earlier, that kind of like gelling needs to happen. Everything in its right place, and every place that is, perfectly accessible. I don't know if that's a saying. I think I just made it up. But Nerve, I think Ash just embodies that sort of being kind of perfect where he is and helping this team achieve what they need to achieve, and kind of on this incredible run that they are on right now.
Yeah, that is for certain. And I think the conversation that Lemon was having there as well, I think it says a lot about how many strong voices are on this side, on this team, and the fact that you have Nerve, who has had that IGL experience, now also being there for that mid-rounding. Because the reason why we saw that change in the leadership here for core was because Nerve did end up leaving the roster, Darkest picked up the role, and then when Nerve joined back in, then they kind of just stuck with what they had been working on and were trying out this change in leadership, right? And it's working out really nicely for them. I think that this iteration of core is absolutely dangerous. I mean, this is one of the squads that took down Envy earlier on in the season, have had this insane run that I feel like we honestly haven't given them enough credit for yet.
Well, folks, credit given. Here we are. But we also want to talk about our head-to-head, and chat behave, because it is Exeter on the head-to-head, but they will be also going up against Alum, who Lemon, I think he posted a clip with you and you casting him with some insane shots that he was hitting, and he's just someone, if anyone is going to go up against Exeter, Alum is a perfect person to do it.
Absolutely. Alum is the GOAT. From SAD Esports in Stage 2, Northwood time in CVAL with Tuzi and Darkest. Like, Alum has grown to be a top duelist in this league, and especially on Neon. 70% of his time is on the Neon. So if they go to Neon maps, expect this team to be a real threat. And to be able to adjust your shots while being as fast as you are on Neon is really impressive to me. And it's not only just their offense that makes core great, but defensively, they know how to play back. They know how to mitigate that pressure. And against a team like Envy that can be really relentless and fast and committed, they don't really work the map. Envy just send it in a good way, obviously. And core, I think their defense can hold up against this, and they've proven it.
And I think what I like about this head-to-head so much is the fact that we're really leaning into that conversation about like the tips of the spears for these two teams. Because I think typically when we do the duelist head-to-head there, and it's including Envy, a lot of the time we lean into Kane's era. Then we talk about like the flexibility of his map pool. But even Exeter was saying in one of his recent interviews that we had with him after an Envy win, can't remember which one exactly, was that he was, I think, being let loose like a little bit more, playing a little bit more aggressively. And we've really seen how that change, that minor change in play style for Exeter to allow him to be let off the leash, be very dynamic in his positioning, thanks to those Yoru gate crashes and how he's repositioning across the map and all the trouble that he's causing for his opponents. He's been so consistent throughout playoffs. It feels like he really stepped up once we hit that playoffs bracket.
And of course, we are in the upper bracket, but only one team can make it to the grand finals. And to get us there, we need to head to some maps. Transitions are good with Elizabeth Marchini, and that's how you pronounce my last name in case you didn't know. But we'll be going to Sunset Lemon, then Ascent, and if needed, Lotus.
This is so interesting. So Sunset is the NV pick here. They had that 13-1 win over Cubert, which sounds really decisive. And they also picked Sunset against Cubert. But what's interesting is the fact that they've picked this. This is a newfound comfort for NV, because in the past they used to ban this because they really like going to maps like Haven with the ISO Yoru that they were abusing time and time again. And like the Neon is really strong here. And Kane Zera is still racking up the hours on Neon, but now he's really hit his stride. I mean, compared to his ISO and Jet that he's mostly ran this season, Kane Zera is finding his confidence. He's not the top fragger that you expect, which is crazy of a sentence to say because he always is. But it's so interesting that NV want to pick this, and clearly that win over Cubert inspired them to go this direction.
I mean, with how good both these teams have been playing throughout stage 3, it's hard to say that there are ever going to be really bad maps that you're picking into for either squad. But I feel like this map pool in particular is very strong for both sides. I do have some questions about Ascent. I think it makes a lot of sense that Core pick into that. I think we've seen some weaknesses out of Envy's Ascent. It didn't quite go well the last time around. That's probably why they feel confident after they won that one 13-4 against them last time around. Understanding Envy's game plan on that map, it was so difficult for them to deal with Logan, the space that he was looking to take, and how Core were really pushing Envy around and trying to force them into those deadlock trap plays and whatnot. I'm really excited to see how this is going to go, because on the flip side, I think it's a little bit dangerous. Envy is this team that's going to look to fix the mistakes and the holes that they had in that Core game and turn things around after such a tough defeat.
And we were kind of chatting, you and I, Ash, about the potential deadlock that could be coming out of Core and how you justify that on Sunset versus a Cypher, because you really need to have that information against someone like Envy to kind of know what's coming before it, well, shoots you in the face. But maybe the plan is to try and just maximize the delay, but also have a Sentinel that's going to be strong on the offense to create those scenarios where you're going to slow down someone like KaneZera. You're going to net somebody where they can't escape or really fight back as well. So interesting. It's going to be curious to see what comps that Core end up being on Sunset.
And of course, we have our predictions. Everyone on the desk and our casters predicted who, as predictions would insinuate, who we thought would win today. And Lemon with the Core. Talk to me.
I don't want to be tweeted at again, okay? I've fretted against Core for so long, and I've been wrong every single time. So I don't want to reverse curse them, though, because when I vote against them, they win. So if I vote for them, what happens? I don't know. But beating Envy is one thing, but doing it again is a whole other situation. And Envy become a whole different beast in playoffs, because I feel like they could be confident knowing they're going to go to playoffs and maybe take it easy in Swiss. Not that I'm saying they're not, their power level is still over 9,000, but this is, I think, a truly peak moment for Envy. But I got to go with Core because I cursed them last time, so.
Okay, listen.
Listening.
I already said top of day how difficult this prediction was for me as well.
Yes, that's true.
And I really did want to vote for Core. I think, if anything, I feel like I've been one of the people on the desk who have been voting for Core in a lot of their matches. Not every single one, but I have always had their back. I really believe in this team, but Envy is this team where I look at them when they face a loss up against a squad. We saw that with Cubert Academy. They flip it right around. That was a 13-1 smackdown on Sunset the next time that they faced off after losing that map up against Cubert. And I feel like this squad is very, very hungry to have that clap back. I know that we've heard from these players the energy that they put into these matches here as well, and the way that they have those expectations on their shoulders to be able to really show Core what they've got after that last loss.
Well, folks, we will be heading into Agent Select now, and I have a prediction. You're never gonna guess this. Extra on Yoru. Put me on the analyst side of things. You'll never see this one coming, everyone, because, I mean, Lemon, could I be wrong? I would actually do so many things if I were wrong.
No,
if Esther was not on Yoru, that would be crazy, Lemon. But heading into Agent Select, I would assume, all things considered, that Extra would be on Yoru.
Yeah.
But Sunset, usually, you think you were talking about that deadlock, right? Are we going to see how that deadlock is going to work? Do you think there's a switch there? Do you think they switch off? And never mind, I got my answer.
Yeah, this is the game plan. And I know Ash is a deadlock enjoyer, is telling me all about the types of game plans that you have to have. And this is the composition that's going to fit Core. And Alum, like I said, 70% of his time is on the Neon. And KaneZera doesn't have the hours that Alum does, but he does have a very clean shot. I still think this is a stronger map for Core, even though it's an Envy pick. But clearly Envy have a newfound confidence, and they really believe in the Ion Clove that we highlighted.
I think when it comes down to the deadlock on defense, it for sure is a lot of pressure on both Exter and Poppin to be able to seek out some of that utility and try and honestly bust it down early. Overall, though, for Envy, I feel like their game plan really changed the last time that we saw them up against Cubert Academy. They really found the pacing that they wanted to take this map with. The thing is, when it comes down to this core composition, there is so much stall potential on the line, and I think that the difference compared to the Sage that you see on the side of Cubert, Darkest on that deadlock, it does have a little bit more of that trap playability where you're going to expect those sensors to be played a little bit deeper for those executions on site coming out from Zero and Exter.
Well, folks, Core not only hold their fate, but Winthrop's fate in their hands. But Envy are looking to take revenge. Who will it be? I know just who to send it to. I'm so smart. It's Uber and Vansili.
Thank you very much. Yeah, truly a luminary of our time, Liz. Jumping, of course, into this series for Core, as it was discussed, they need to win a match. Upper final, lower final, doesn't matter. They need to do that in order to get into Ascension. Envy, still probably the most electrifying team to watch in Challengers, but Core have been on quite the run, Vansili. And honestly, I found it hard to pred against them seeing those recent results.
Same here, and unfortunately still went against them. But they definitely did turn it around since their first week loss against Cubert Academy and have been winning match after match after match, including a series against Envy. So this BO3 in itself, it's the first time that these two teams will face off against each other on Sunset. But if it has to go to Lotus as a third map, which it hasn't gone to the last time, it was picked in this BO3. But it was actually a nice upset that came from the side of Core that actually upsetted Envy on a 2-0. But one thing right now, though, Uber, is on this map here at Sunset, one of the key components that allowed Envy to win was just a sheer firepower and all of their util. We're going to talk about sheer firepower right now.
Yeah, they got some shooters, no doubt about it. Core, though, have been stepping up and surely going to give them quite a go. Tuesday's having to deal with Inspire here, and Envy in that first foray are still pretty convinced. This is why it's a bit of a hard team to read, because they will just keep running at you at times, but Tuesday's ready for it. Paranoia will knock the wheels off the cart for now. I make Envy reconsider.
And the read that Core had at the very beginning, maybe some sort of studying, was this instant wall and even double sonic sensor on the left side of the A site, thinking that you would have this speed coming out from the side of Zero for a split into the A site. So as they slow down the tempo right now, they have open mid control. When the wall breaks, they could start working back towards this A site. So you kind of just have to play towards these extremities, while Envy still allows himself to have a 3 versus X scenario, always a man advantage.
Now, there is still those double sonic sensors over on the A side of the map, which will give Darkest a chance. But that's not where Envy are looking to test here. Very, very circuitous approach across the map. They've got a clone in Market. Nice first taps there from Nerve. At least keeps the numbers even now. It's going to be on Tuesday. Locally in a 1 versus 2. Extra already on the run around that corner. Pop and Shock Dart ends up behind Tuesday. He is in the perfect spot right now, but he needs to play his life, needs to wait for some backup, and Darkest is about to pull up. Big talk. Yeah, he knows it. No way Extra was going to bust his way out of that one. And there it is. Core, at this point, acclimated to the kind of aggression, the kind of tempo Envy want to play at, and more than happy to hold the ground.
And very nice from Darkest to instantly rotate and throw that net on the ground. It actually kept one player at bay, which was the planner, and then Extra was kind of just caught between two players on a 1 versus 2. But this, not only do we have a read from the A side to hold out that wall, expecting that type of push, they also pressured so much on the extremity on the A side as well for Core. And once again, it starts off a piss round where Logan and company continues to want to prove here that we're underestimating this roster and that they could potentially make it into the grand finals, knocking out Winthrop University, who are currently waiting and hate watching Core so far in this tournament.
Camera taken out.
Zero is the right boss this round. Full armor and Stinger to work with. He just needs to get on the side. It's pretty straightforward. He just dominates Logan. That is pretty filthy. Can't quite get any deeper into the map, though. His arm is watching the cross here from Market side. And Extra shows himself there, now realizes that Envy are well and truly contained on this B side of the map.
There's an insert for a super late lurk from Inspire. He's just trying to find that timing when the util comes out from Boba here on Core.
looking to get across the map now. Looks like it might line up pretty well. Exit, oh, he's in trouble. That box is quite permeable, but Ion's able to win it out. Still more needs to be done, and so he delivers. Not too shabby. Inspire's about to pull up here, but Exeter might not need the help. What a ridiculous, ridiculous round, man. The late backstab eventually comes through from Inspire, and Envy do it like only they can.
And with firepower, even when you have a beautiful paranoia and a recon, that kind of just keeps Exeter tucked in, where you can't set up the crossfire with Ion. Ion still somehow opens up with these two beautiful share shots. And look at this last kill. Still great value from Inspire with a super late lurk, getting that backstab there on to a limb. So very well done on the side of Envy. The best weapon that they had got value for an entry. And when they lost that early, I thought it was over, but never count it when it's Envy that's still alive.
Arcus with a shoulder peek here to spot Exeter. He really forces the issue and tries to a classic of all things. Still, will be traded out. No, just getting back behind the box in time. Takes quite a lot here to keep pace with Envy. And gets good damage, but that's all he'll have for it. Pretty decent job with this very low bought round so far, but Ion gets a 3-1 through the smoke. He's traded out. There's always a second player. There's always a follow-up. It's a flood of Envy individuals. And it's on Logan with the Sheriff here to extricate themselves now from the net. That is choking. Envy have done it. Convert there. Get themselves 3 rifles out of the round and a lead.
A little surprising that Logan didn't go for that rifle that was left inside that smoke. I felt that was gifted there onto Ion, who is just overheating and trying to get his ult up as soon as possible. That's how much confidence you give to the rest of your team. I'm going to give my life away here for Ion. Even if it's a Fanta picked up, you're playing a 3 versus 1. Despite some of them low on HP, they know they can convert the round. And now they can get value out of this Clove ult at the beginning of round number 4.
And Envy are insisting on this attack side op. It was the Outlaw in the previous round. But Exeter has gone for that, of course, towards the A side. And against the same plane, he's creeping up. A main with an attack side op, and it converts beautifully. Alum, nothing he could do. That is a very important piece off the game board now for Core, substantially reducing their A side pressure and also their explosiveness.
Now the question is, do you stop here? Because the wall was already thrown out. You have to potentially slow things down or not give a damn. Break the wall, go for a full exec because you have confidence coming out for Envy. So already B side control being taken. Plant is going to come down towards that staircase. And again, the win con is the late lurk from Inspire.
Exeter is down. And of course was the op player. There's always a reprisal. There's always seems to be a response here. And now it's just kind of contact being taken by these core players trying to get back in. They want to take these gunfights, but they, again, just lose in a war of attrition. Surely there's a chance to play off of Ion here. And yes, Kane Zero will deal with Logan. That's the buyer for Core. A slap down.
He's going around with an ult, dancing and jumping like he's a neon. And still dodging bullets and survives without needing a kill into the next round. And that's the value that Ion has when they're trying to flood retake. He's also selflessly pushing towards that spawn, gives that space for his teammates to trade, and also being in the Clove vault gets the information where the last person is currently standing, which is going to be right here. This Viper not letting that shots. That's Logan getting his ankles broken. And Envy now breaks the economy literally for Core as they're forced on Shiko, except for Allen with the shorty playing close range around the corner towards the A side. It looks like for Envy, they're just trying to bait out the util early.
Yeah, these walk ups here are being punished round after round by Exeter. Actually, last round, he was the one walking up, if I'm going to be fair. It's just a really bizarre style. You don't see it from really any other team. And Envy don't have a reason right now to respect Core, not least because their weaponry is pretty weak. That's far too easy for Kane. They're up in the corner. Allen down instantly. Tuesday makes the correct decision, lets the clone go through, but ultimately is traded. And that's numbers advantage, and rifle's going to work for Envy.
You bring up a great point in terms of how Exeter is currently playing on the attack side op as a Yoru. The only other Yoru op that I think of that comes to mind right away is Koalanoob in Challengers last year with M80. But he was being more active on the defensive side, not on the attack.
A lot of mid-walk downs we used to see from him, especially.
I know
Don
exactly
Logan spotted out by the neural theft, committing it in this situation. So interesting. Envy happy enough to part with that Cypher ult because they know, well, the next one is only a few orbs away.
Yeah, and I respect it. Getting the hat out. I mean, Inspire only has 5 HP left. I'm assuming throughout the chaos, he got 145 by one of these sheriffs wielded by Core. And as Logan was able to pop 2 quite easily there long range and could pick up a weapon, you at least allow here for that 2 versus 1 to position yourself in a winning position. And you can already see the rotate from after that ult. He's actually moving it, which is popping towards the backside of the A site, so that worst comes to worst, you have a Hunter's Fury to solidify the round. And now it's a big swing round, though, for the side of Core. The op comes out for LM. They have a lot of ults to work with on their side on the defense. So this is a heavy investment that has to come into fruition here for the defense.
Man. Oh, man.
No.
TSM just gets a little ahead of himself there. Alan was playing a bit further back on A and actually crossed the site to get to Link. But the Omen was essentially left on the road. And at some point, there has to be a protocol that gets put in place to deal with this walk up with the op. Have a couple players, play off a flash timing, take a fight, try and force that line away. An early drone or something like that. Either way, here's the overdrive for Kane. Doesn't ask for any more than that. Alam has constantly found his opportunities to get this op in the fight. Denied.
Yeah, your early drone was literally Eggster moving into the dimensional drift after that pick. He flashes to put his opponent back into the corner on the top of the A site, and then that's the entrance for King Zira with the overdrive just to easily kill him where he had no chance to escape. Beautiful takedown for Envy. Beautiful site take on the A site for Envious. And now Core, I mean, we talked about the op that was invested for Alim. He's going to have to bring it into the next round. I think the silver lining is that he hasn't shot a bullet yet. So they could still have that element of surprise and also still leverage their ultimates into the next round because they couldn't use anyone here.
Yeah, I think he was spotted by Kane, who swung a spawn with his overdrive. And didn't get punished for that either, by the way. But yeah, Core not too clear on whether there's going to be an op in the game for their opponents. All right, so 5 rounds to Envy's favor here. And they've been pretty quick ones. Leaks being decided in the first 30 seconds or so. And the only really successful one was that pistol where Core are able to anchor that B side effectively, take trades into those fights. TSM has some really good util use, but they've been overwhelmed. And honestly, they've walked into the early round down a player because of this op.
It seems like they might want to draft something to go against that early push from the op. There's some pings here to watch out on that side where he jumps out from. And already on top middle from Nerve, it felt like he could almost assist here from top middle with the Hunter's Fury. But there's no pressure coming on that side, so he could help out towards A. So they have good map rotation at the beginning of the defense. Oh, especially with that net.
Yeah, nice grab. No, Annihilation. Oh, it's cool.
That's the clone.
Yep. Caught the clone, and I'm not sure if they're going to know this. Anyway, Hunter's Fury is getting a set off from that B main direction. Darkus realizing he didn't actually have the perfect catch he was hoping for. But X has been dealt with. Nerve cleans him up with Hunter's Fury. He was low already. Logan steps out and Ion sets him back on down. B-side control here for Envy, but it's tenuous. They don't have that market presence, and there's 2 players in Boba ready to potentially play off some of this util. TSM still holding on to a flash. Some tension here as that fast lane dissipates. Core saved for this. They've got to make some use of these weapons. It's now or never, essentially. In they go, Alan. I think he actually hit both players inside the cubby. This is very good. A great collapse. And Inspire can only rack up the 1 kill before he's taken down. And that's the decisiveness you need to see on these retakes.
Exactly. That was super nice from Core. I think at the very beginning, though, when they were trying to stuff out that B-side push, I was expecting for the Hunter's Fury to come right away from Nerve as Dark is actually connected with 2 players. And even if it didn't connect with that many players, because you're still waiting for the sound cue when you're trying to get out of being in the graph net, he still got the guy that was droning. That could have been a guaranteed kill for that side. But thankfully, the flood retake that they planned was also very nice. Paranoia with that recon dart got so much value so that Alan could move in with the overdrive. And a much expensive round in terms of ult economy, but you needed that, right? That was already intended to get built on that previous round that I mentioned before. And now that they've carried 3 weapons across to the previous round, they use our ults to win that round again. Everything kind of gets reset now where you're finding in even scenarios in terms of rifles. Comes back to the macro of the defense now for Core.
Similar approach to the previous round. This time Darkus isn't actually spotting inside main. Does throw a wall to break things up a little bit. That's cleared instantly. There's enough cover, of course, with the smoke thrown in that direction to allow themselves to just tear that down and get back to business. Once again, look for that late insert through mid from Inspire. And Envy get the B site essentially for free.
It's a recon to try to get some info first again. but it already gets broken up at the very beginning for the crossfire setup for Envy. You're still in a prime spot here to hold the pulse plant.
Extra on the corner. Isn't punished with the flash in his hand. In fact, it catches in exactly the way I would have liked it to. Nerve might still be an issue. He's got that backside control, and Alum is posted up with the op. A little awkward for him, though, because he's got to move into the sideline, but Inspire is just not there in time. Can't deal with Alum, who's waiting for the inevitable turn up from mid. That's a great round for Court. Those ones, hard to come by. And slowly but surely, that Envy economy is having chunks taken out of it.
And that, I like it from Core. How they're really moving quickly within these round retakes. These flood retakes towards that site, and don't really try to sit around too much, because the more that they wait, the more, once again, Inspire gets value off these late lurks. So even if they do get their drone picked off in the very beginning on the defensive side, they still have great util around how they're going to start pushing back towards that site. And then they already kept Inspire into account here, as you saw Alim get that easy pick towards the end. They do still have a solid game plan drafted.
I know you're hoping for a contact pick there. Alum, not to be. That is another clone. It's a lot of value. Awful extra. That one could have gone either way, but Envy have just taken full control of the top mid, and have done so before any response could come in from the A side of the map. However, some of this util still here from the deadlock could be tricky. But Darkus is picked off. Kane is absolutely dialed in and knows he needs to help his players get that spike to sight.
That was so quick. What an answer back here to pressure up towards that middle. And that already snuffs out the rest here of what Core's trying to do on the defensive line. You just talked about it, hoping to get a walk-up pick here against the A site lean, but that Euroclone was just good enough to keep everybody anchored up towards this A site and weakened up here for the rest of the positions around the map here of Sunset. Now you're just chasing for kills, trying to get these guns out. These are looking pretty good here for Tuzi and Alim to carry this over for round number 10.
Yeah, Envy have definitely made it quite hard for Alum to be relevant outside of situations like the previous round, where he literally had to stand out on the middle of the B site and have his teammates start defusing. Outside of that, Clone forces him off the line. There's obviously the usual cohort of util, and of his own volition, like Extra has thrown away the op. He stopped playing that a couple of rounds ago. He just decided to mix it up and didn't want to walk up on those sides anymore. Alum's at 10. Very, very low, but still the op maintained, and Envy spend pretty heavily in order to try and get it out of his hands.
Still be able to carry some weapons into the next round because of how convincingly they won that previous round. And interestingly enough, it's actually Core pulling out this ult in the first time out rather of this map, where I feel again that they still have a pretty decent read of how they're holding the defensive side. But I guess now that they've been pressured and picked off here on the top of middle in that previous round, maybe the coach staff feels that they've opened up a door here for Envy to start exploiting. So they want to make sure that they cover up here how they could fight this mid if Envy's going to try to do that again.
The tough part about playing Envy is that their early approaches are really varied, right? I was just talking about the op being a big part of their game plan early for Exeter. He's now playing a rifle. You can see them trying to go towards the B side, and you know, it's a little bit hard for the deadlock player there on Core's side to like get a feel for the timing. There's a wall that's like thrown out onto the site from market as opposed into B main, because maybe Envy's just a little bit faster getting there than he otherwise would have thought. And Envy are very, very good at trading each other's lives. I think back to like Kane Zero ducking into market to help Exeter, or Poppin, excuse me, get in there sort of from mid with all that deadlock util in the way. So I'm curious what the coaching conversation would look like here, because it's a different look basically thrown every round, and it's been caused ability just to be unwavering and also stay composed throughout these hits in these kinds of rounds. Oh, that's perfect. You'd love to see that. Great opener, and that's all set up, of course, by that Sova Dark.
Sova Dark, a net and a snake bite too, so they could spray across the fast lane wall. Very, very nicely done. They still have a pit to work with to try to hold out that line. It looks like we're going to hold it back, at least for Logan for now.
No mid presence. This is a full A commitment so far. Kane Zero is the one that's down. Iron is ultimate, so still a second bite at the apple, so to speak. Yeah, no, Viper's Pit's being held on to. Core are not convinced. This is where Embry are going to land, but perhaps now it might make a bit more sense. Logan is worried about how long it would take to get a pit corrected, I think. And geez, a tough situation to swing into, isn't it really? Wouldn't do that without the ultimate, I would suggest, but Darkus and Logan are able to bring them down. Now,
No
Iono
way.
was on the side. He's gotten himself a second lease on life, but a player disadvantage that still needs to be treated with. Well, there was one. Now not so much. Alum, awkwardly, has to make his way down from Link, but there's going to be a smoke in the way. Dart would have revealed him. There's no choice but to step in here and try and make a play himself towards the site. And Ion's waiting for him. Envy converting on having their player pick first. Susie with a fake TP in the smoke. That's just spam down from Poppin. Once again, the kind of round that only Envy can give you.
Yeah, I was actually quite surprised by Ion just running outside of that smoke. Understandably enough, he's got the ult from the Clove, but when that poison orb comes up, his teammates cannot help him kind of like break the wall so he can really rush into the site. But as he comes back here from quote-unquote astral form back into life, just holds behind the wall, cuts a perfect angle, and still allows for the team to rotate behind him to get a plant, and he even seals a deal from anchoring the pulse plant for Envy. That was so nice and clean.
And only Clove could do it. It's like a virtually impossible situation to swing out into from Holland. He knows he's probably going to die there. And his teammates swing off him. So sick, man.
Yeah. It felt like this is what they were trying to do for Core, even in that previous round. If they weren't going to get any pressure towards that A main fight, they're going to get that pit to isolate middle and the left side, where now you get value off Nerve again with the Hunter's Fury to support the B side hit.
That's a wall drawn out of Darkus there, top mid. Oh, okay, not bad. Alum! Okay. Thought there was something else there, to be honest with you, but not to be. Kane just does the Dougie on him.
Player standing.
It's on Logan. 1 versus 3 with a crud weapon, to say the least. And you can see where all these core players fell down in Boba. Logan gets spotted out as well by the Cam up mid, and Inspire is trailing it as well. Let's look at Envy to 8. And it's looking like it's a guarantee, signed and sealed. Envy heading into the 12th round of the half. Solid lead.
Inspire with the signature move again to get the last kill with the backstab lurk. Yeah, last round of the half, and the Hunter's Fury was actually not utilized. I thought it would, based off this beautiful kill coming out from Alim. But Envy were just too quick flooding behind that first pick from the market. You already saw Kane get full map control in the back of the B site, where I think it would have probably punished Nerve right away. I thought he was going to stay back more towards that spawn to support, but looks like they want to leverage it for round number 12, the last of the half. This is a nice spot. They also have the Annihilation, so they could play less numbers on the anchor on the A site, a round where usually they've been putting 3 players over on that side. But now they could delay and stall enough here because of Darkus' utility and ult.
This is so early for Inspire to be this deep in mid. I think he might realize his Aldrin is coming. And so in the market, he goes, just forced to take Logan out of that position. He has to commit to the site. So now, tick-tock, you've got Inspire, who eventually can leap out of here and cause problems. The site needs to be held. Alan does his very best to try and anchor it, but Kane's there has got the hot hand, baby, and he's going to work. Darkest and Tuesday up. And it's the Omen well and truly across the map. And eventually, begrudgingly, Kane is released from the prison.
Yeah, even Poppin moves in to support his teammate before even going for a plant. This is an impossible task for Tuesday. He does have a paranoid to work with, but look how you're playing outside of the map here for these two players. Wouldn't be surprised if they have a re-wrap on top of that, because Envy just likes to do Envy things.
Shadows traveling. Yeah, Tuesday again. Maybe a cheeky little fake TP. Floats on down and cuts him off. Pretty bloody good attack side from Envy. And again, something that I was complimenting TSM for, I think, in that Haven game, is that it's been varied. It's been really hard to get a read on. Do we use all our timeouts in that first half, by the way? I feel like both teams really trying to win the information war.
Agreed. If anything, I remember Core using one at least. They might have one more left in the bank to work with for the second half, but if they have burnt both of them on that defensive round, then they're full trusting what they have on the attack, which for me, it's a little scary, because that has been the bread and butter of how Envy dominated Sentinel's Cubert Academy the last time they faced off against each other. It was around just the util that Inspire was sending across A or B site whenever he wanted to and getting maximum value out of it. So if you're going to try to do that and really just brute force your way in, you're going to need Nerve here to have the best shock darts to give and allow a limb to get that space.
Has a sixth sense about this, and yeah, one way K just set up. He wants to fight for it. He'll get one. Sees a spike go loose though, so that is a pretty telling scenario. And I will just give up this site for the time being. Envy already trying to get their all guns blazing. And even into mid. So there's going to be that pop and presence. Not convinced that he's entirely safe crossing mid in this fashion, but he is going to get his way into market.
I was going to say it's fair for him to think that.
Okay. Tuesday's out of the picture. Tap on the spike for Kane. Relay Bolt here a problem. Here come the frenzies, and they are our meaning business. No, oh, I like that. He knew he was going to be pushed, bro. Bro was playing enough against this team. And there it is. Pistol security for Envy. That's a backbreaker. Smile from Meteor on Kane Zero's face here. Envy know they've done the most.
On the HP remaining on Kane Zero and Ion 2, yes, I do agree with you that they know how Envy plays, and Nerve got maximum value off the double shocks that he's used for that map. And just to backpedal a little bit, when you were mentioning here that Poppin wasn't really convinced about the walk back down towards middle, it's definitely respectable because that's how and where the Viper threw the wall from at the very beginning here so that QOR could block some vision over on the mid control and maybe instill a fear that they could go for a top mid to a split from market into the B site. So something that Envy will have to be aware of, but maybe not think about too much because they already won pistol rounds, sorry. And they're about to close out this map. A forced buy from QOR. A gamble to work the A site.
I thought about Rafi on them really quickly, but Allen turns up here in Link. Poppin sees him come around the corner. Spontaneously combusts as he's nailed with a couple of those shots from the Guardian. Traded out here. Kane, though, next up, and it's Logan the next to fall. Yep. Just Kane things. Still that player lead. These Stingers of Nerve and Tuesday are going to have to get to work. All across the map, though, you can see Envy being drawn over towards this A side. And Extra ain't going anywhere, bro. He's got that Jorg Bucky. And he's waiting for a chance to use it. And he knows Tuesday's close by. Oh, caught inside the owl drone. That'll be that. 11 for Envy.
They even pinged the position from Extra. I think the tip of like the propeller of that Bucky was shown. And as they're trying to close that gap, instead of double swinging and trying to take it down, they droned him out. So he just escapes that, finds that timing on the one droning, and then his teammate that rotated across from the back of the A site even gets the kill onto the Omen, onto Tuesday. That was just unlucky timing for that side, or I like to say more than timing, just lack of communication and really trying to disrespect Envy to try to win that fight against Extra's position. And that forced buy, not into value. You're forced now to small shields and sheriffs.
Nice opener from Logan. Honestly, that defense side from QOR had me pretty unconvinced just in their ability to respond to Envy and the pace they were bringing. It's always going to get mixed in. Come on! Bro! The guy is genuinely ambivalent to any sort of self-preservation mechanism. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He doesn't expect or respect his opponents enough to think they can punish this kind of stuff.
And doesn't respect a limb to try to go for a knife fight towards the end. Slides away, back to the right-click classic for the last kill. And this, he's styling once again. I mean, look at this fight after. Misses it, goes in, slides. Dude, that was insane. That was so nice from Kane.
I think he denied the gentleman's duel, though. I think Alan had his knife out and was trying to make use of that. Oh, yep. You know what?
I don't care.
Yep. That's not in the terms of engagement. Here's Kane again, and there goes two of QOR's players. Not a great opener. That's the spike loose as well. This game is over. It is unbelievably over. Unless?
Yeah. I just turned on my cam, getting ready to do the post map, but let me just turn it back off and focus on what's going on here. Spike is still down, though. He can get picked up by QOR. Although they've lost so much back control and have no ability to really know where their last two opponents are, because they've never shown face, really. So Inspire and his teammate Poppin are in the best spot, because Camera's watching the B side. They got trips. He's watching the old ADSing. Gets that kill onto a limb.
Perfect. This is the bonus for Envy, for those keeping track at home. So
turn my cam back on.
Yeah, we might need that. We might need that, fans. Poppin here has got every reason to expect this A side move, having spotted the play towards tiles. And so we wait. Logan steps up and faces the music. 13-3. Complete and utter domination. And I've been on a bit of a break hiatus from Challengers casting. Last time I was casting, this is what Envy were doing. And it's like nothing's changed, really. I know in between there's been a little bit of consternation, some difficulty for this team, but This is the Envy I'm used to seeing. Disrespectful, dominant, dropping dookies on him.
And that might be the story of this series for sure. Core hopefully has a chance to bounce back on that second map if it's Ascent. Their map pick, a map that they even beat Envy on the last time around too. So I feel that there's still some type of preparation here that allows for us to finally see a third map for Core and Envy. But if not, yes, definitely everything from A to Z, from the attack, even the hold on a defense, when you don't have flashy plays for King Zera, they're still well prepared here for the side of Envy.
We had a bit of everything, right? We had, like clone play into the defense side, off from Envy, a split
The
to B
onslaughts.
from top mid control, clone getting eaten up by a annihilation, and in general, just great shooting from all of them there. So plenty to be happy about if you're an Envy fan. They're looking to lock things up here pretty quickly if this next map goes anything like this one. But stick around, of course. It's Ascent, it's Core's pick, a chance for them to get something done in this series. So we'll have to see it after this.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made?
Too far back from it to GMD has the perfect timing. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
Well, folks, Envy take the first map, 13-3. Sunset, their map pick is theirs, leaving Core on the ropes, making also Winthrop University very, very happy. Hi, Moose. We know you're watching. Welcome or welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Ash and Lemon on the desk. And if you're just joining us, understandable that you missed that. That was a very, very quick map. But Ash, I mean, that was clinical from Envy. Seriously.
It really was. And I think that it really showcases the adaptations that they made from those Cubert games back to back on Sunset, right? Having that approach coming out from for the side of Envy, where they've really recognized the importance of that mid control, being able to exploit that up against Core, and how Core were trying to monopolize like the extremities of the map. And we talked about how chaotic Eggster was going to get in this matchup here as well. He was bringing out like that attacking side up, really trying to get like past like some of those smokes, past some of those lines of sight, and then be able to gate crash out. And it was really well done here by Envy.
Absolutely. I mean, even on pistol, Envy always finish off what they started. Like, they'll run at you and you can't even re-swing, and even if you think you're safe, like you're trying to use a Sova drone, you're trying to think about anything, life, Envy are chasing you down around corners, which is insane. Like, Envy will hear a drone, they'll find that timing. Kane Zera saw an entire team at A main, got the first blood, got back into cover, re-swung and slid into them and got a judge 4K. Like, clinically insane. And you got to think people like Ion, Eggster, just the whole team was firing on all cylinders, especially someone like Ion, which we highlighted on the pre-show, needing to really justify the clove, and he does that yet again. And this is the Envy pick, which in the past they've banned it, and they've really found that, well, this bodes well to their playstyle. They can let loose.
I mean, it goes against like Valorant, right? Like there's like Valorant that we know should be played. Like I just like, I know I should get it, but I don't get it with how good they are at just this style, right? They just go and move forward. And credit to Core, they were trying, Lemon. They were trying, but just Envy seemed unstoppable.
Yeah, low-key wish Nerve went to Fade. And I know that Sova, Fade, both strong in his pool, strong on this map, but I just think the Fade would have been a stronger initiator just because Envy like to play close and they like to pounce on you as soon as you get close to them. So I feel like a Prowler would have been maybe a nicer tool to try and angle check people from Envy that I feel like got so many first bloods out of these encounters as soon as Core went in for that approach, because I think the Sova is kind of an aim check, and Nerve has been so strong on Fade in the past, but that's like a what if for me, I guess.
I think it's one of those things where I think, Ash, you know, when you talk to players, sometimes they say like, oh, this is the kind of loss that is the easiest to brush off, right? It was such a stomp. It was so one-sided. They say, you know what, haha, GG, go next. Like, literally, we will go next to their map pick of Ascent, Ash.
Yeah, and heading over towards Ascent, I think, is where things are going to get really interesting. Core picking into that one, of course, have got to feel confident about it, especially looking to bounce back after a 13-3, right? And as we have that conversation about the maps that we're going to continue to see in this best of 3 as well, I'm really excited to see, honestly, the head-to-head going on between like Eggster and Alum as well, because you'll see them both being on that Yoru, something where I feel like Eggster is like one of the best Yorus within NA, right? And within BCL. He is like, he has so many reps on it. And then you see like the way that Core have been approaching that map with that push and pull. It's definitely going to be some interesting interactions.
Yeah, I mean, this scoreline is so surprising to me in general. Well, in ways, yes, in ways, no, because Core haven't been on this map for a while, since like the start of the season when they still had Kess in the lineup. So that's where Nerve steps in and tries to fill those shoes. But this was also just such a good map for Alum's playstyle around the Neon, which I said is his most played agent. And we go to Ascent, which is Core's pick. And I think a lot rides on someone like Logan to be big on the chamber. He has delivered that in the past on maps like Corrode, and that's a style and map that Envy usually like to avoid. So I look towards Logan to be the big clutch player for Core.
And also, I mean, Logan was the person that told me that, you know, Core are criminally underrated, right? Like that was, it was when my post-match interview with him, he was like, you guys just don't vote for us. You guys just don't do it. And we prove you wrong every single time. And Lemon, if they want to prove us wrong, they better do it on their map pick of Ascent.
That's tough because Core just in the past have been good at mitigating pressure, and I kind of highlighted that as their strong suit of their defense being their best part, and they only took 3 rounds. And it was on their defense, I guess, so I'm kind of half right, I guess. Their defense was better than their offense, but I worry. But we did kind of highlight that out of all the maps that Envy could be, quote, weaker at, which is really not that many, if at all, Ascent is one that's going to be difficult because they'll have to track down where Logan is on the chamber and re-clear through that.
It's, I mean, again, like this is kind of, we are on the upper bracket, right? There is a little bit of wiggle room to have with these sort of things. You know, Core, obviously, or Envy, if they lose, also will go down to the lower bracket as well. But it is, you want to make it to the grand finals, right? You want to just kind of sit there pretty, waiting for the team to come from the lower bracket there. I think it, you know, hell hath no fury like a Core who has been 13-3'd, right? Like, this is something that is, I think, this, honestly, like, I would argue bodes well for your prediction, Lemon. Like, you were, well, the only one who predicted Core. This bodes well for them. This is like, this has lit a fire under them kind of thing, right? You want to push it to Lotus. You want to push, you know, push Envy to their limits. They know they've beaten Envy before. They can do it. It's literally like, we have the evidence that they can do it. And so it is tricky moving forward.
Core beat them, and it was 13-4, and it kind of showed the cracks in the be able to split up Envy using that deadlock from Darkest. So I think Core have the right tools, but haven't been able to limit Envy too much. They did win 3 rounds, but it was
next. But before that, we have to head into some agents like we'll be heading into soon. Not right away, but soon. I think, you know, my excellent analysis.
2 Exters.
Better than my 789. I'll give you that. But moving into agent select of Envy and Core on. Oh my god, my heart stopped. I thought he was Omen for a second. Oh but nothing too surprising here, Lemon.
Yeah, again, Logan's map, because it was a 13-4 loss to Core way back when, but Envy, like I said, are a different beast when it comes to playoffs. I did predict Core, and they lost, so maybe I'm the problem. When I predict against them, they win. If I predict them, they lose. I don't know what to do anymore.
I think what I'm looking forward to on Ascent here is the fact that last time around, Core picked into this map as well, and Envy elected to start on the attacking side first. I think it's going to be a lot easier for them to get the ball rolling here on defense, which is typically favored for very good reasons here on Ascent. My expectations are for Core to have to look out for Kane Zera, trying to get aggressive, Eggster, trying to get aggressive, getting that op online, pushing over towards Sabrosa over in mid, and going for those aggressive peaks there. And it'll be a lot of the pressure on Logan, especially, I think, on those lurks to try and catch them out and sniff out this position.
Well, folks, can Envy make this a clean 2-0, make a very happy moves over at his watch party? Or can Core make moves, have a heart attack, and bring it to a map 3? Uber and Vans, please take it away.
It's always funny to me watching you know, Envy play on Ascent, Vans, considering they played the most whack comps on so many maps, and as this one, where they go for something that looks so much more stand this day and age. But thankfully for Liz, it'll be extra on the Yoru, so no follicular concerns there. On the Core side, though, again, we sort of seen this similar look from G2, right? Obviously making use of the chamber deadlock look. They got Yoru in the mix here. Obviously, this is a comp that, you know, really potent that attack side, making the post plants quite painful. You know, I'm thinking back to seeing like Adder on Turtle Troop play this quite extensively on Ascent, even sort of last year. So definitely a tried and tested comp on both sides. Envy looking a little bit more classic here, but man, the gameplay on Sunset was anything but.
Yeah. And even if you're looking at composition for Envy, although it almost looks wacky because Extra is playing a Yoru, but not only that, you're playing double Duelist. Remember, there's actually a team that borrowed this composition going to the VCTs, and that was actually Crew. And Crew Visa got some big victories over MIBR and Loud, but unfortunately got thrashed by Leviathan the more that the weeks went on. And this is why Core is going to pick into this, because it feels like they have a good read of how they could play against this, but not until now. The first... Really having a good time with Montif in China.
Oh, yeah, the homie. For sure. We go way back, actually. Okay, so pardon the technical issues there we experienced. Envy, though, lose Kane and Exter at some point, and they lost this A side as well. Darkest gets in, which means that Deadlock Post Plant will be in effect.
The retake's not going to be the best. It's going to have to come down to just individual skills. Inspire and pop in, the wall's still up. They're just going to have to wait that out, and I feel like once they come through, we haven't really seen it yet, but I'm assuming the door is closed. Yeah, there you go. So great time wasted on the side here of QOR, and in good position for this post plant.
Grab net thrown there. Poppin doesn't actually end up breaking the door, so it doesn't catch on. Inspire will obviously operate from top side here. We've got 2 players for QOR in hell, 1 on Gen, 1 in main. It's a standard setup, classic one, and hard to break, as is evidenced there. An important pistol round picked up for QOR. They did the same at the start of Sunset, though, and they need a little bit more than that to give them an edge. But again, on the attack side, you're very happy with this.
Yeah, and it gives us a chance to talk a little bit about the QOR composition. You just talked about a double senti that was kind of used here by Turtle Troop in the past, just keeping a deadlock in place. But if you're also looking at the evolution of this map, where the double senti is usually a vice instead of a deadlock, I do like that QOR sticks with the deadlock, because it helps for them to really go for these more aggressive splits thanks to that wall. And think about how much of value, the grab net's going to get on the defensive side as well. Envy did a good job disrespecting it at the very beginning, because they understand this potential 1-3-1 skill that usually happens on the attack side with this comp, but the rest of it was very hard to take over. I don't know how it was hard, because we missed all that action.
Yeah, we didn't see the round, folks. I'm just going to keep it. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. On our end, we were looking at the low screen. Okay, Poppin gets himself 1. He's on that B side. The gamble is towards A, even if Kane Zero was at some point considering actually just early rotating over to B. Might have been well served in doing so. So there's no defense spawn side pressure at all. So this should be pretty standard stuff. It is Ion with a Sheriff. Kane Zero is waiting, hoping for someone to cross. That's just not going to happen at this point. See our dark colors exchanged. One is in main behind Alan, but he does not give a damn about that. Deals with Kane instantly.
Almost looks like there was a play, too, to try to paranoia here from Ion so they could double flood out from Kane and Xer's TP. But all of that greatly stopped by Alan's position. Although the share still gets value towards the end. So they are doing quite good to, keep the economy low. Yeah, we'll take that.
Last player standing.
All right, Sheriff gaming for Ion, but Nerf sees him coming and sends a couple of bullets through the wall first. So, a little more costly of an anti-eco round than QOR would have liked, but they've maintained this outlaw, importantly. Envy, armed to the teeth now, ready to get their game finally underway.
I like that call, though, the Ion Sheriff.
I see. Yeah, because that's his name. And that's also... But it wasn't... Yeah, it could have been something.
It wasn't, but it could have been. If he used it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I mean, honestly, I'm cool. That works for me. I managed to pick that up much quicker than your previous quip, so...
Thank you.
I'm improving. It's on me. Okay, well, Tuesday, not expecting Exeter to turn up. Sweet serendipity that there happens to be a judge player chilling out in A main.
What's the third word?
You'll know when you hear it. I already know how I'm going to use it. I just don't want to blow below too early, if you know what I mean. All right, Exeter has to get out, pinged out, and has to gate crash away to the site. Kane, though, obviously with this pretty customary position set up in tree, Alan just walks into the line and is down. So 4 down to the 2 players that survived round 2. And they're going to hope to do the same here, but likely not by fighting at all.
And these are some of the small things that you kind of learn when you play against these type of compositions. For them to get so much value from the side of Envy, to instantly get the drop into A main. You look at these, how do you pop through the one-ways that are thrown into defense? Usually with a KO, you throw over that flash, the Omen could TP across. But if you're going to play with the Yoru, he's going to have to play close range to throw that smoke onto that smoke. Throw the flash, onto that smoke. So you can actually still pre-fire that shot and catch your opponents off guard. Although the Yoru was still moving up towards Catwalk instead, it still comes to the same value of what you're trying to do to prevent these type of early aggressions on the A main side. So a good read from Envy at the very beginning. Very punishing, as now Logan is looking to punish some econ himself.
Oh, no! Yeah, armor.
Yeah.
Armor is a hell of a thing. And the outlaw eventually gets knocked from his grasp. Again, not super relevant on this next round anyway because of, the full armors for most of Envy, but you got to try and make some use of it. I respect it. Envy get their foothold in this game, and honestly, they do it in style. I mean, I think that first kill was just like spray through the one-way.
That's
and
right.
the walk up in A main. I mean, Envy really have so many different looks for these early rounds.
Plan still comes down to be the same as I was mentioned before, just anticipating a Euro flash, but instead it's just a player walking up, and losing the spike that early into the round also just makes it much more difficult for QOR to fight back, as they are trying to do this towards B main now.
Nice setup with the grab net. Extra had nowhere to go. Poppin gets a ping, and Kane's able to play off of it now. It's still 2 players in B main, but no spike with them. So this is probably just saber rattling from Core. Maybe the insert of Alim will remain. There's a gate crash elsewhere.
I have the spike.
No, that's his trademark. Excuse me. No gate crash active. So he'll pull out the old-fashioned way as well.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Just dry.
He didn't. He didn't do that. I'm gonna
Time to
pretend
jump.
I didn't hear it.
Spike down mid.
Logan here waits, obviously getting into cubby. Tuzi trying to get some info about mid, or rather it was Alam, pardon.
No charges left.
Big damage through the wall. Down to 29. Still knows he kind of has to swing for this. At some point, Core've got to generate some momentum. Some edge. They are right now corralled into the middle of the map, and they are being stalled out. Smoke after smoke. Even Ion's going to go fishing, see what he can find. It looks like it's going to have to be A, which is, as you can see, canvassed by a lot of this utility.
30 seconds left.
And because you've used so much util from Core at the very beginning, nothing gets burned here. Inspire could do some great damage from the trips that he just placed on the A site.
Okay, that's clear. Yeah, Alan was a low health player there. Logan has to hit that shot. That's the opt-down. Core already starting to run out of steam there. A big investment in that round goes pretty badly awry, even after they get a good advantage in B main. It's traded out instantly by Kane, and the rest is history.
You're also seeing here how Core is working that map. Again, the difference why you're trying to leverage this Deadlock instead of a Vice, because you have a Gravnet for Darkest, and that's the new refreshable now since the last changes of Deadlock. When you're playing a composition for Core that's fairly slow and that you're counting on your TPs to get value, if you don't have that anymore and you have no more gate crashes, at least you might still be able to stuff out some util with the net and try to push forward out of that. So despite it didn't work in that previous round, keep an eye on how Core could still work late rounds with even less util when Alim and Logan depletes their TPs.
Smoke anticipates in B main. Core have to do more than just hope for a walk up from Envy, even though it's more likely from them than another team.
Portal closed.
Kane's in mid.
Idiot cutting through.
Well, Logan has to serve something up eventually. He knows he's got to find a way in, and Kane, I don't think Nerve is expecting him to be pushed that far up, and Alan is dealt with on the right side. One more for the road, surely. Tuzi, though, in the background, is able to put that ghost to work. But it's easy come, easy go here for Envy. There's always another player ready to take up the stead of one of their aggressive individuals.
Down mid.
And here they come. Poppin ends the round as once more Core never got out of mid.
And that's the thing, you can't have that type of sunset play happen all over again, where Exer is walking up and getting picks, but if not on the defense, they're just holding an angle and you're walking into it. Exer is not going to miss those moments. He's very clean on that shot, even though you have the tilde fuss on the other side here from Logan. Gets denied right away. And you go back to that fight. I mean, look at how much value he gets from the updraft. Spots 2 players out of the 3 remaining. It allows their teammates to congregate and looking to pinch back and to fight for that control into mid. You're not giving any space for Core right now. I think the best value they've been getting on the attack too is for these full out sight hits around the Deadlock util. But they have to be able to do so without losing so many players in the first place early in these rounds.
This impulsive defense side play from Envy is it's just impossible to read. You can't do it. You can only have good reactions to it, good fundamentals, and be really strong under pressure. Like that, like the 2 kills in mid for Kane is one thing. The tailwind dash with Shorty is another. Like that is something that like you're not conditioned to expect. It's not something you run into in an average game unless you're queuing into him in ranked. So you can only really lean on your own fundamentals. Valorant's all about like playing the same positions you've played a bunch of times and being ready to react in certain situations. Envy just sort of denies you the ability to lean on that.
Yeah, but thankfully you're looking at this roster for the side of Core. They are spamming a lot of ranked, a lot of pro cities too. So they do have experience playing against shenanigans.
Okay, this is decent. Hunter's Fury now. The problem is Darkest has already been taken down. Ion is given a stay of execution because he is covered by that dark cover on site. That breaks things up beautifully. And then Ion has a quick step to it, leaving Logan bereft of teammates. And honestly, the moments of strength from Core have been pretty fugacious so far on this attack side. Here, one round, gone the next. And ever since Envy started to get decent weapons in their hands,
seconds left.
it's been looking grim.
Yeah, looking to run away with it for sure. Here you're looking at how they're currently set up for Envy. It's nothing really out of the ordinary, with the exception of potentially Inspire always setting up here towards this A site because they could trust Extra with the operator on B. And if Extra needs to leave, well, you got Util to stall and spray with Poppin playing over on that B site. And then great stalls on mid where King goes unpunished on middle as well. And look how confident they are moving into this round, Uber. They're actually even playing double op. They did op in an outlaw before, but they're just going all out against a lower buy from Core. You could still go with an outlaw for Kane if you wanted to. And there you go. They think otherwise. Okay, they're just going to keep it on Kane.
Might also be concerned if it's like a fast hit, like a fast stinger based hit onto the side that overwhelmed and forces an early gate crash. 2 ops on retake, just it's a bit uncomfortable. There's always a one-way cage where Inspire is involved, either in market on Sunset or right here in B main. And so this has slowed Core up. They've really had to tip their hand now, and Inspire just swings for just a fight. Raw sauce, no ketchup, as they say. And he has very little backup as well. No one's pinged out for him. Poppin a bit more passive. Can't say the same for Kane, though. Takes a big hit trying to drop down and take his shot. Poppin's ignoring the Aldrone as well. He's just desperate for Core to give him something to shoot at.
Just trying to wall bang the person Aldroning. I think he hit Logan in the process, so that's going to slow down Core to re-hit towards his B main. So now they need all the cavalry with them.
It's so low.
All 5 of them have to go for a re-hit.
Yeah, but yeah, Kane has just rotated off this B side, expecting to be done because there's no way until this. I mean, Poppin has this recon here, but there's no way outside of that for them to like safely re-clear B main. They're a player down. I like this from Poppin though. Ravnet might miss him based on where he's standing. Yep, he's avoiding it. Nice shooting though, gets his first, but he's that overwhelming. Talked about a potential for a stinger buy in this round. Didn't need 5 of them apparently. Just Allen's. Iona's going to be here at the very least. TPing into the side to fight from Boathouse, and the shorty goes boom. That's 2. And that'll at least give Envy a decent chance to get back in this. Allen, just great threat assessment there, realizing that that second player was a clone. And so Kane is at 19. And honestly, sort of running out of lifelines here.
Good positions too for the post plant. This op's gonna be hard to deal to retake with. I think he's just looking for the damage.
Yeah, we talked about how that would be why double op would not be ideal in this scenario. Core are not incentivized to give too much here. They also know Kane was low, so Tuesday had the confidence to swing out and take a body shot and take this game to a 1-round affair. Already 3 attack side rounds for Core. That's also going to give you some degree of confidence, but Poppin was 9K coming into this round, so obviously the economy not really concerned for Team Envy.
Maybe tried to play that round with 2 layers. It almost looked like it was an overzealous swing coming out, or overzealous, sorry, swing coming out from Inspire, but they're trying to leverage the bait from the drone going high while he has a camera to see where the players are positioned, trying to break that drone and get ready for that. So he swings, but then unfortunately misses the shot. And then you still had a high-low where the op didn't get value from Kane Zira, and that just opened up the door here for Core to overtake that B site the way that it did. So a little bit of luck on the side of Core when these shots are missing, but you'll take full advantage of that. And they definitely have the firepower that it takes here to hold the post plant.
Kane on a bit of an off angle. Slight adjustments. Sees that dart come in though and just waits the scans out inside the dark cover. I don't think Dark has got far enough around the corner to light him on the map. Flash up mid, Alum turns up. And Kane gets traded out through the wall. So at least Core had something set up. This Odin now being revealed to them. So that's one way to cheese out that first pick. And now you've got access through mid. Envy is split 2 and 2 across the map.
This is the tough part. Now you don't have any space creation agent on the side of Core, and you have an op on the side of Logan. They do need to regroup now for Core so they could leverage the util left behind by Darkest. Annihilation, wall for spawn, net in a certain area, but they're once again walk into a full trip setup where Inspire reads it perfectly for a B-side hit.
If they can pull the Cypher here, though, this Annihilation will be devastating. Darkest has it lined up. Hoping to bounce it. Obviously creates a lot of space with it. Poppin. Okay, avoids it. Still knows how to find something with the Odin there. Taken down, though, is Logan and Darkest in quick succession. X is going to be the first out of the side with the Dimensional Drift. He's going to see what the setup looks like. Core don't have themselves settled quite yet, but that paranoia, excuse me, should pave the way for an easy first kill, and he does. Now you've got an Odin player that's got to watch 2 separate angles. virtually impossible situation for Nerve to win out in. Quick response there from Envy. Get to this B side while they split 2 and 2 across the map after losing their mid presence.
And I respect that Poppin just turns tails to run towards that back of the site. He really wants to bait the Annihilation for his side because you just talked about it. If the Annihilation does get the Cypher in the back of spawn, the hole was already fully down. So he, on top of that, he misses the Annihilation. Poppin stays alive, and then Envy already rotated across because you still have a gate crash and also an ult from Exter. Beautiful combination and teamwork in the end from both Ion and Exter to win that 2v2. And Core now needs this timeout. I mean, they got some value, Mitch, at the very beginning with Nerve's Odin, but holding that pulse plant towards the end with what was still available here for the side of Envy was fairly difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, by the same token, you see the dimensional drift got committed in that round by Exter, so you know, something had to be wagered here by Envy. Kane has the money for a proper rifle, but is currently with a Bucky, so we'll see where that ends up. I think what I'm looking at is that there's another huge investment in this round. Not all of Core can buy, but Nerve and Logan have taken the Odin and Operator up respectively. So maybe hoping again to play off Nerve hoping to play off his own util, or at least those spam kills into mid might require Kane to adjust his approach to this round a little bit. That's probably a fair way of putting it. But again, defense side op, always powerful here. Core really digging deep to try and, again, give them like a more convincing attack side. Get to 5 rounds here, and I think you're pretty happy, especially with the pistol round breaks in your favor.
Agreed, especially with this comp. Kane's probably going to go with the Blade Storm, which is why he's having this Bucky, but this timeout potentially is trying to find something in the hands of a limb. They are 1 pip away of getting a dimensional drift. They're not leading towards this B side first. But Envy are understanding that Core are playing the map quite slowly. So Poppin's going to stay towards that back of the spawn, see where he could help out with the Haunter's Fury himself. And as they realize there's no pressure starting on the A side Gelato, as they had a full set to try to stop that. So now Core having to force to manipulate these positions that Envy are currently in.
This is so aggressive for Ion positioned like this is really here. Closed out first one was a clone. Hunter's Fury comes out now as well. Is this enough information for Poppin to actually strike a lethal blow? There's no confirmation on any of those Hunter's Fury bolts. So still a strong concentration of Core players towards tree side of the map. Ion has been able to fall back, taking a much more passive slant on this. And Alum wants to try and chase it in there. Big damage on Exter. He has to gate crash out to a pretty obvious location, but Kane's getting active here in A main. Oh, buddy, he could have had that shot. Instead, tries to set up for his Heaven player. It looks like Kane might just have to do it himself. Poppin gets there. Nerve gets pinged out. Darkest is low. Oh, Nerve does well to fight his way out of the situation. And Poppin goes down to 10. Aldrone over the top. No ping, no Poppin.
Oh, my.
I guess unaware, there's a swing to his right. But this is good for Inspire. Lots of information. As Logan has to make a decision.
30 seconds left.
Does he go up to the Heaven side or try and play door to get this spike back? He's too low. Needs to try and take a fight. And I back Inspire in that situation, especially with a health lead.
That round, Envy played like there were still rankers. The individual prowess coming out of every single one of these players was insane. The stall coming out from Exter and the continuous TPs also creating the diversion so that Kane Zero could come out for all of these kills that he's gone. But you saw how Poppin, under pressure, still decides, and while he's dinked at 10 HP, still decides to drone up to find the information on 2 players, swing on one, and get a headshot for a 140. So that Inspire could win a 1 versus 2 in the end. Dude, this is insane looking at this team. They're just way too good.
Shock Dart found purchase on Darkest and Logan. And Inspire is waiting to clean up the scraps. Oh, buddy, just as cool. Hoping to get a bit of breathing room. Inspire says, man, I'm closest where I like to take these fights. You know that. Bam! Kane into main, and that is the dirtiest of flawless rounds I've seen in a hot minute. Envy get their customary 7 rounds on defense side. Absolutely immovable on A.
Yeah, Lim couldn't even get a shorty kill when he TP'd close to close that gap, trying to count the, hopefully timing while he catches Inspire on a reload. Look at this. The second kill now goes on a reload. Clip comes right back out, and he even has the cage to get the audio cue, knowing that Lim was turned around the corner. This is just so nice. I mean, it was a lower buy round that you had for Core. And now they're investing into another op. Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury. You could expect this type of combo to open up the B site.
Free information and informed decisions for Nerve in terms of where he turns that Sova ultimate. Interesting little Double swing set up in Cubby right now, though, for Envy. Not going to see any action. Not for now. Like you mentioned, Vans, Core have been working the map relatively slowly. Now, okay. The Jet is spotted, but Iron is still inserted on that part of the map. Does cross mid, though, and head straight to B. So something's tipped Kane Zero off. Maybe the Aldrone as well, being heard inside main. Sets him over in that direction, but he's not convinced. Now, though, the hit comes on towards the B side. Inspire with a cage to play through. Here's that Hunter's Fury now coming out. There's going to be a tap on Pop, and no, he actually avoids. Still Pain with the Blade Storm goes to work. Nerve, though, finds him. Tucked into the corner, and Boathouse he's dealt with, but Inspire, once again, is up in your face. And before you know it, your brains are on the wall behind you. Now it's an Odin and an Op to try and get into the site. Those two are quickly wrested from the hands of Core, and they're looking down the barrel of a 3-round attack side.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they spotted where the Jet was. They also got the information from Envy side where Core was kind of leaning at the beginning because of how deep and inserted the Owl Drone was trying to clear out the B site. So eventually it'll have to come back to a late hit back into the B site that was expected here on the side of Envy. And Poppin stayed alive in the back, but what was really helping him stay alive was, once again, those trap setups, the trips by Inspire. I think they got 2 kills out of that. Then you just saw how Kane Zero got free reign with the Blade Storm. Last round of the half, Core still trying to get, I mean, you talked about 5 rounds that was needed. You don't get it. Now they're just hoping for that single one. Make it out 4 here.
Info. Actually,
sorry, the zoom into your kind of made me lose my words.
It does throw you. I get it.
It's deep in my soul.
I actually did see a little bit of B main, but didn't end up pushing as far forward as I thought he would. He actually gate crashed up to Heaven side, so very well established for a push onto A. No information here for Envy. They do not know what the movements of Core are supposed to be right now. Smoke gets straight into tree. So that is the clone that is on the wrong side of that. Aldrone to follow it up here. Ion trying to juke it out and then TP onto A. They want to anchor this if they can, but the Gravnet is going to make that an impossibility for the Omen. He's about to be inundated with bodies from the Core side, but Inspire's ready, as he always seems to be. Chimes on in, and it's on Logan here with nothing but a Guardian. Flashed out, smacked down. That's an Envy half for you folks. Another flawless round to end at 9 defense side rounds. Very solid. Now, do they have the breadth of variation on their attack side that we saw on Sunset?
Let's win and get out of here.
I definitely think so. But dude, they won that last round, 150 HP across the board, even when Iron got netted. And you just talked about how they're so good at working off each other when it comes down to these hectic moments. He stays netted. They have players in the back spraying through the smoke from the top, a crossfire setup even from the A site. They really are able to work in unison to really lock down every single lane that Core was trying to do. You're hoping here that the double senti and also the chamber from Logan, big responsibility on his shoulders right now, solo anchoring the B site. You're hoping that these shots will land.
Really pinged out. No time to get away. No. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Core. They needed a foothold on that B side of the map, and unbeknownst to Envy, it's completely open now. I think Inspire's probably just radioed that over to Envy, considering he's seen the entirety of the rest of Core. Off to the side we go. There is, of course, a gate crashed. Yoru there, and Alum finds 3 for the round so far. Everywhere at once. And with some nice damage on Exeter, he's basically claimed this round for himself. Tough to win from here on out for Envy, as Ion will have to go the 1v2. Only a classic. Ghost, rather, now acquired. Enough bullets here to make it rain.
I think we slightly trolled there on the side of Envy. I think Ion's paranoia hit like 3 of his teammates going in.
Yes. And I don't think it actually hit the one Core player that was still on the side at that point, unfortunately.
Nope.
And the double stack here. 3 players on Core side, not 2. Correction. So even harder for Ion to win in that situation. So that is both pistol rounds in this map 1 for Core on the favored side now. Had to be ready for anything from this Envy team, but at least this next round should be a little bit more stately.
Especially when Envy wasn't able to get the plan down towards that B side, so you're not going to allow yourself to go for a stinger buy on that second round. So staying as a group, not really looking like they're looking for any type of early B orb control, because I feel that when Logan got popped the way that he did in that previous round, you don't really want to try to go for that type of play again. So you're going to leverage a recon dart on the defense to get the early info. And we just grab that orb. So
Decent feeling.
very simple stuff.
Decent feeling for the wall timing there. Logan only comes up with a clone, which is always going to be a pretty unsatisfying experience. But ooh, okay, that's information. Spike goes loose. Kane with the Bucky, and no way to actually get it into its effective range. So they're pulling out of that A side of the map.
Still go back towards this B site here to pick up the orb for Eggster. It seems like it might be the play. A bit of a drone view. But yeah, things as you mentioned here, Uber, at the beginning of this round, looking quite easy for QOR to capitalize on this second. That smoke, unfortunately, I think missed here, so Kane cannot find the sneak. And that was probably the biggest win con for him to sneak through, and this should solidify the round now for QOR. And we still haven't had a chance to really muster up or figure out what Envy is going to try to do on their attack side, but you talked about it from that previous round. Really good for mid splits, walk up contact with kills, utilizing utility off of each other to actually win some rounds. But right now, all of them quite isolated, just trying to get some picks.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, if Sunset's anything to go by, there should be a ton of different looks in front here. These guys have got enough time to put it together on a set. They will be farmed, though, for now. Alum takes 4 kills out of the seal clubbing round, and off we go to round number 15.
That's a big round to activate there for Alim. That's 4 kills, dimensional drift to allow the retake 2. And while Extra is still 2 pips away after farming the 2 orbs and dying on the previous round. So QOR in a pretty decent position here to be able to convert a bonus. If you're looking at it from the full classic round that we just saw from Envy, they don't have the best of buys. Stinger still for Poppin and a half shield for Ion, so the outlaw could still be quite decent to carry over for their bonus for QOR.
Yeah, pretty relevant. Who's he here? Actually pinged out in the end, so all thrown up, but no opportunity there to chase down the Omen. Would have been a big scalp to take, of course. That controller off the map early is pretty big. Kane inside a grab net, trying to return fire through this smoke. Now pinged out with a recon ball. That's a little bit more nerve-wracking, I'd imagine. Exeter's already been felled here by, oh my goodness, Darkness is going to work. Stinger inside tree. Darkness eventually goes down, but job done, 100%. Ion now, again, in an all too familiar 1 versus 3.
Lisa's on site with weapon upgrades.
I have the spike.
Might just even let him plant.
Planted.
And called to allow for that to happen. They've got a main presence now, though, as Alan walked the long way around. Ion doesn't really have anywhere to go. He could try and, nestle here inside Hell's. Probably his best chance. Hope for a double drop down. And stay out of the purview of the Yoru, who is waiting. Now, Logan is the one with the outlaw, so it's a headhunter for him for the time being. And there's that all too annoying smoke. Ion trying to make sure he can isolate as many of these players as possible, but Logan simply jumps across, spotted out. There's a tap. Alan might just straight get it to half here, and he does. Nerve waiting above. Solid fundamentals. These are grindy rounds from QOR, but whatever the hell Darkest did inside trees, what gets them there?
Yeah, that's the grav net that he started at the beginning. So first the wall, so he forces Envy to break it down so he identifies how many players are there. Then from the grav net, people are trying to escape and uncover themselves, and the recon gets a lot of value from spawn. And then there's just enough delay so that when the smoke dissipates, it's just free reign for Darkest to get kills from the door. And when you looked at it from that pressure of Ion at 1 versus 3, there was no real wide swings coming through from Alan. He was continuously jiggling for A main because the smoke actually missed. There was still a gap that would allow for him to see Ion cross over on the other side of Hell. And because that happened, that the gap was still there, he pinged it out to say, look, he's got to play around the generator area or back of left side Hell, which allowed for them to just get the perfect timing, 3-2-1, and then ensure for them to win that round. So again, great stalls coming through A to Z from QOR, and just a great adaptation to not falter under pressure despite them losing a 9-3 half. And converting this mode is huge. You're forcing out the timeout now for Envy, and you have a lot of money to work with to start here to snowball your defensive rounds.
Yeah, obviously they are unable to convert the bonus in the first half, and the next round doesn't come until round 7. So this is very good, and it's going to go a long way towards making up the deficit. It's also probably harder for Envy to be unpredictable on this attack side, where they're the ones that have to set the pace anyway. It's tough to break conditioning when you are already expected to be running at your opponents. And that Outlaw still remains at large for Alum. Many viable targets for one-shots. So I get to B main shunt here. Pop it. Okay, well, that's the the Outlaw player down. Weapon not recovered just yet. But the Dark Cover is skewing a lot of what's going on here. Clone also shot. Nerve out of the overwhelmed here. Kane gets in there with a bucky. All of a sudden, Envy looking to produce a bit of a thrifty, a bit of a classic round as Logan gets clipped by the edge of that paranoia, briefly nearsighted. And Ion will wait likely for this smoke to go as well. Quickly across the map. Tuzi trying to get there, but we already have a spike plant. Bruh, that's rough.
That's a save. That's a save.
Kane is not about it. Arcust also catnipped back over towards the site.
He has no choice.
Be done here. Nice little clean up there. Okay. Followed up on the dink. But there are some rifles now in the hands of Envy. And that's that. It's Tuesday will be sitting over here at the A side, and that will be Envy getting to 10 rounds. And this was a very limited buy. I think there was a stinger there, a couple classics, and that bucky for Kane Zero. All of those getting purchased. Kane are almost up to 20 kills here. And yep, about as dirty as it gets for a thrifty from Envy.
You kind of overextended your stay here for a limb. You just talked about the Outlaw available, but you also had, I was going to mention the Dimensional Drift too, to keep the retake, but it gets immediately sprayed, and then it really keeps the players out stranded in the back of the B site. They just did a nice double dive from both Kane Zero and Egster. So much good value coming out of the Yoru clone on top of that to allow Envy to convert, where this should have been potentially even four consecutive rounds for Corona defense.
Still a good economic foundation developed by Core in this half, so it's an op buy up again for Logan. Yeah, after this though, things start to get a little more strung out. Uncharacteristically slow Envy in this early round, respecting the one-way. Not showing any presence elsewhere.
And it's weak towards A site here.
Next.
Here's the D-drift. Nathan does spot the Omen here on the side. Easily done. Pops straight out. And the Bucky, rather, the judge goes to work. Gonna have a deadlock set up straight towards top side here. Darkness is already on Heaven. And it's a speculative annihilation that will capture Kane Zero. He's alive. He's alive, barely, but he's still in the game. Alum here now trying to make good on his performances earlier in the game. A dimensional drift of his own has been earned, and the numbers are even now. Exeter takes a straight challenge up on the Heaven side. It's Nerve, though, who cleans him up. Kane's looking for somebody to feed this shorty to. And it's not a target-rich environment for him right now. Alum will emerge for that dimensional drift inside Hell. That's heard. Taken note of. Calls able to spray and Kane back. And bear in mind, no spike plant yet. Nerve has been controlling the pace of things so far. And Spire is trying to draw his last player out of hiding.
Spike planted.
On either side of Jen. Nerve's going to have to be quick with it, and he's not. Tries to crouch into it, but Inspire wins a pivotal round. That definitely feels like an inflection point in this game. Envy go up to 11. Remember, already a map in their back pocket. They're sailing towards an upper final.
And I was just about to praise too that if the round was won there on the side of Core, it was all thanks to Darkest, because that double dive that they got from Kane and Yoru from the side of Envy to open up the site was huge. But he throws a wall once again right into A main, and it does allow the spike carrier to get through. He delays, gets one with the annihilation, evens it up on potentially a 2 versus 2, but then in the end, it's still Envy that converts. Just not enough heads up play from the side of Core when they're trying to retake that side. At least this time, though, they're able to start with a man advantage.
Blade Storm, Kane hoping to dig Tuzi out, but it's Exeter that finds him yet again. Good quick response, though, just as NVR mid-execute. They get at them from tree. Kane uses the smoke to its full effect. Gets up on Nerve and doesn't give him a chance to work with it. Door broken down. Kane backs away here. Blade Storm still in play. And not needed as Darkest is handled by Ion, leaving Alum again with it all to do.
Now that was an Envy round again, just playing and fighting around the smoke. Alum just got spotted. Alum is down.
And that was the force from Core. Vance, it's looking grim indeed. Darks the Nerve, Alum all brought down to 0. So that's about it. On the Envy side, they're chilling. They get everything they want. They've also got a Hunter's Fury in this round. Just how good can Nerve be with his own Silver Ultimate? Core need a lifeline. They need to stay afloat.
Tuesday only had 50 credits to his name too, so only brings a stinger into this round. And yeah, this has to be some sort of or a Hail Mary play with the Hunter's Fury to try to catch them, but nope, it's otherwise. Thinking that Envy is going to try to play it slow. They could trust the util once again of Darkness of trying to stall as much as he could towards this A site.
We may well be in the last moments of this upper final. Envy once again looking to cement their dominance at the top of NA Challengers and get into that best of 5 final with a map pick advantage, or at least getting the ban 2 first. Darkest sees this coming now, got that early info and is able to throw a grab net down. This will slow things up a little bit and allows Nerve to get inspired, to get another great Hunter's Fury from Nerve. And that's a good start. So the weaponry's looking a little bit rough with 2 stingers in the fold. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll pretend we didn't see that one. I don't think he quite landed the plane on that approach into the A site. He just gate crashed up in there and instantly had nothing to do. Kane. Say it ain't so. I think he's seen the head of Tuesday there and just ducks back so Darkest can't finish him off. He's going to come for him, and it doesn't matter. Kane, no respect, not a care in the world. 3 kills for the Jet. That's opened this round right back up for Envy. And they're far from committed as well in terms of a site, but Ion is deep in B already. Poppin is just trying to be a bit more meticulous on the approach.
Because they don't know where Logan's at. And Logan's in a prime position here with 20 seconds left. But now the door closes. Now you can move into the site for a plant.
He's got to show himself. He still doesn't want to. He doesn't want to break the door. So instead, maybe like set up to get 2 players in through spawn side and then maybe split onto this B site. They know it can't be through market this push comes from. The smoke in B main, they now have a good idea exactly where Core are going to come from, unless they push their own smoke. Less likely. One at a time they step up, and one at a time they fall. Envy have done it, finding themselves in the grand final here. In Challengers Stage 3. Looking incredible, looking back to form, and honestly making Core look a little foolish in some of these rounds.
Yeah, definitely. If Ash had it right there at the desk, she mentioned when it comes down to a rematch map for Envy, they always come out with a vengeance. They did so against Cubert Academy on Sunset before. They do so this time on Ascent versus Core, losing the first time, I think 4-13, and this time just showing a pure masterclass. And it just looked like they had full fun when they were activating on that map. They could do whatever they want. Inside smokes, outside smokes, solo plays from Kane, by the way, on that last round. It was just pinned in that window. And still, it's just not enough for Core to take over and take a second victory against Envy.
Yeah, it's a case study in how an individual, any of those 5 individuals, can take over a game with a performance like that in the round. And it's a classic Envy attack slide on Ascent. They looked indomitable. They looked very hard to slow down. And so, of course, yeah, they've earned themselves that spot in the grand final. I think they get to ban 2 maps first up, which is going to be great for them. They are going to have pretty much the pick of the litter when it comes to map. And that means their lower final will be a best of 5 between TSM and Core. More on that after this. We'll take a break. We'll come back to wrap things up for today.
at the perfect time, Ace. Hop on the train, baby. Let's give Envy another ace. With 3, and there's your real.
Well, folks, Uber mentioned it. This is the Envy we know and love, taking it 2-0 in just such dominant fashion. The Envy, I think people immediately began to know when they were rankers. Ash just kind of came out in full force today.
They absolutely did. I think that I love that callback to how they played when they were on Rankers by you, by the cast as well. It really looked just like so scrappy today. It felt like they were really leaning into that brawly kind of play style that we know and love them for. And that's not taking away from the micro, the way that they were approaching these maps, but it definitely felt like they were going into this matchup with something to prove after losing to Core last time.
Absolutely. Just because they got the Envy banner doesn't mean they don't still mean business. They just show up in a suit and tie now, okay? Or if it's an interview, maybe Kane's there with a shirt off. I don't know. Hoping for clothing this time. But it's not even just their ability to frag, but also Envy's survivability. Like, I was really hyped to watch Poppet on defense, dodging annihilations, anchoring, becoming a threat, but not immediately, but at times where his team could benefit regardless of the result.
Yes, and I mean, this is shout out to Core. They absolutely they not to say that they didn't play well. They absolutely tried their best, but it just Ash. This is an Envy that it's funny because you know them, you've seen them so many times. It just feels like people don't have an answer, and I feel like if anyone was going to have an answer, Core would, but just they couldn't get it done.
I think that when you look at Ascent as well, a really big piece of the puzzle is just getting that momentum started on that first half. You have to remember, again, the last time they faced off against on Ascent, Envy chose to start on the attacking side, which is the harder side on this map with how easy it can be to control those choke points and how small those spaces are that you have to break through to actually get onto that site. So they set themselves up with a strong 9-3 half, and they were doing such a good job in trusting Eggster on that off. He even swaps off. They didn't feel the need to, keep investing into the operator either as the match went on, but just his ability to monopolize basically one side of the map and try and push Core into those trap plays, into the tripwires that Inspire had set up there as well. And I feel like we talked about it on Sunset. Everyone, again, Lemon firing on all cylinders.
For sure. And Kainzera made it his job and his goal in life to download and uninstall Alum from these rounds. Like figuring out where Alum was trying to teleport into A and line it up before Alum could even react. And Kainzera also had the strength on the snipers, and that was helping out tremendously when it comes to that A or that mid control. So that there really didn't feel like there was a weak site for Core to hit, whether it was popping on B, Kainzera all over the place with the sniper, the rest of the Envy squad, all threats on all sides. I thought Core had a good bounce back in the second half on their defense, especially when they would buy 2 snipers. You had Outlaws or Ops for Alum and Logan. They had some shining moments, but unfortunately Envy unfortunately for them, Envy took over.
And I mean, to our Core fans in chat, Core's run is not over. They still have a movement. They still move into the lower bracket.
They got that motion.
They got that motion going in the lower bracket, but that is where it will be do or die. But we say goodbye to them for now. And Envy, I think, surprising no one, have just had such a dominant upper bracket run. It has been actually, it's so easy to watch them, but it's also so exciting to watch them. I feel like you see them every single time. Just it's like what's coming, and it's like, oh, how did I know? But someone we wanted to highlight for our head-to-head is 2 of your favorites in chat. I can see you, Kane and Inspire. I saw the copy pastas of Inspire, which I cannot repeat on broadcast, but I'm gonna let y'all in chat behave. But we also have Kainzera on the other side, who wore glasses today. I noticed. I didn't know he wore glasses. Just both such different players, right? I don't think you could find 2 different players on a team, Ash, but they just beautiful dynamicism between them.
It works out so well because Kainzera is so chaotic, and I feel like Inspire is that steady backbone of the team that's always ready to follow up. And I think that was a similar story on Sunset as well. Both of these players having so much impact in the server, not just from the fragging that we saw coming out from them, but the way that they were looking to play. You see both Eggster and Kainzera going for some of that aggression on defense, and that's with all that intention of trying to, again, funnel core into the setups that Inspire has going on whichever site he's occupying at that time. And it felt like he was getting insane value from those tripwires, and Core were really struggling to find an answer with how Envy were approaching today's maps.
Inspire was just the ultimate anchor. Like those deeper trips into B. He got so many picks too, just from spamming chokes as Core walking in while the smokes were up. You like didn't even need trips a lot of the time. Because Envy just give you that false sense of security. Everything's very quiet, smokes are up, you try to go in off of Alum, and everyone just falls from either spam or some other util. And it was really hard for Core to navigate a lot of these sites when you would have cages from Inspire, smokes from the rest of the team. So I feel for Core trying to navigate this without a Jen, having Alum go so deep and the rest having a hard time following up.
Well, there's no other team like Envy in this playoff stage. So I guess that's a bit of a, I don't want to say what's commiseration, a bit of a load off their back, as they don't have to worry about, facing another Envy in the lower bracket. But we do have one of the winners of today's match. And chat, behave. You were excited when I sent a winky face. It is egg. Oh! But I gotta like do my eyebrow. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was not ready for that. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, the first thing I got to talk about, I want to ask you about, is sort of the kind of like emotion we see with Envy right now. We don't get to see you guys like, we interview you, but I think there's, we don't get to see you guys as often kind of like off screen. And I would love to just know about like how, because when you play a video, like another game together, and like, I would just love to know about this kind of like how you act as a unit together.
We definitely have like a good team chemistry. I think it's like a unique thing. Like it's hard to find a team with like this good chemistry. So I'm just like thankful that everything works smoothly. There's always going to be problems, but like we work through them really well. So it just makes us stronger, like being able to overcome those problems.
As someone, I mean, Envy has been so dominant in Challengers for so long. Even when you guys were rankers, you guys were just killing it when you did it. You guys are still dominant, right? You're having a incredible upper bracket run. Only really been tested, a couple times. What is the feeling within the team? I mean, I assume there's no complacency, because I don't think any of you guys, I could not see any of you being complacent with how hungry you guys are for this. Is there any anxiety moving forward to Ascension because you guys are already qualified, or is it just kind of this, confidence and go-getter attitude?
Yeah, I think a lot of us are like already preparing for Ascension. Kind of like, obviously we're trying to get in our best form so we can win here, but definitely a lot of my brain power is focused on Ascension. Maybe a little bit less on like the current games in front of me, but like every game we're just getting better and better. We're figuring out like what makes us play good. Like people are tweaking their routines to like get everything perfect, doing some experiments. What makes you play good? What makes you play bad? And everything is just for Ascension.
Well, experiments. I have a question for you, and I know the answer, but I just want you to say it. Is there any world in the future where we will not see you play Yoru? And I know, like, okay, I'm gonna finish my question by saying you are arguably the best Yoru we have in Challengers. We've said it on the desk, we said it on the cast. You're so mechanically gifted, and you have these incredible, you understand like the agent to a T, you understand that trickery and the kind of that game sense of it. That can be applicable to other duelists or agents as well. Is there any world where we see Exter not on Yoru?
As of now, no.
Okay. Is it, I mean, do you guys, I'm assuming you have to build comps around Yoru, correct?
Yeah, it was a little difficult with Corrode. And we did a lot of experimenting, and I think we found something that works now.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a testament to you guys, and especially like kind of the ingenuity that you guys have to have, because usually you have kind of multiple agents in a pool for players, but it's when you're as good as you, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah. One last question for you comes from not me. Were you aware that you had to defeat Core to help Winthrop University continue to maybe get into Ascension?
I did know that Core had a lot of pressure on them coming in.
So Core have to lose once again. But you helped get them halfway there. So I have a question from Moobs from Winthrop University for you. Did you do it for Moobs?
If anything, I was throwing rounds for Core. No, I was just kidding. No, I like moves.
Yeah.
But no, I definitely was not thinking about moves out there while I was playing.
Oh, well, Gabe, you got your answer. Well, friend, I'll let you get back to it. Congratulations. And I'll see you probably in your rank stream tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, Gabe, Mooby, what are we going to do? I know I think no, I got the blessing from him. Ash, he messes with the name. He messes with the name Mooby. So we're chilling.
You know what? I believe you. It's not that I don't believe that he messes with the name Mooby. I wasn't expecting us to pull Mooby back out on the desk today.
Mooby lives forever. But you know what also lives forever? Our bracket graphics that we can pull up next, because that's what we're going to talk about next, because we have some lovely games coming up. I mean, Envy in the grand finals. I mean, someone would argue that's pretty expected, Ash, but then a banger game, TSM versus QOR.
Yeah, I think Envy, they've got to obviously be thrilled about being back into the grand final, making the upper bracket run, considering they are those title defenders from stage 2 as well. And for QOR, obviously, their run isn't over yet. They still have that opportunity to try and make it to Ascension in tomorrow's matchup up against TSM. That match, though, is going to go crazy because it felt like TSM were in such good form, like being able to take down a Cubert that's been stunning all stage long in such a comfortable fashion there as well. It's pretty terrifying prospects here in the top 3.
For sure. I think any 3 of these teams are capable of taking this stage. Envy have to defend it, and they are doing a great job at that. Obviously, they're in the grand final. They haven't dropped a series, but QOR and TSM are the 2 teams that have the biggest threat level. I was kind of low-key expecting Cubert. I think all of us mostly predicted Cubert. So TSM are this wild card that if they find the same flow state that they did today against Cubert, QOR are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yes, but I think these are 2 teams, I think, you know, the best of the best are kind of meeting each other in the lower bracket right now. They've come into their moment, and this is what we need to see for our lower bracket finals. And remember, guys, that's a best of 5. That is a marathon. And we need to get ready for it. So we're going to send you on your way. We're going to get some rest. We're going to, you know, take off our makeup. We're going to do some skincare. We're going to drink lots of water. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow. But until then, on behalf of production, the casters, the desk, and myself, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you next time.
We picked up the Team Otio. It's going to be eating well, folks. If we see this conga line extend any further, this is diabolical.
Does an outlaw go through 5 players? It goes through 2.
Oh, it's carnage! Come on, why? Snatch away the ace.
And Reox also gives that timing out to Caillou. He was not set up. And now Nismo was trying to go for a solo play to flood out because his teammates are still rotating across, and Knights only has a judge at 10 HP. So he was already hit in the chest earlier on here by an outlaw from Team Otino, and I think it came down to that, not necessarily on the pressure that they had towards that B site. It was just the timing that they missed here for Cubert against TSM that last round. Dude, he's just continuing to farm, man.
Yeah, it's just such. That defense side from QOR had me pretty unconvinced, just in their ability to respond to Envy and the pace they were bringing. There's always going to get mixed. It's hard! Bro! The guy is genuinely ambivalent to any sort of self-preservation mechanism. All right, we didn't see that one. I don't think he quite landed the plane on that approach into the A site. The gate crashed up in there and instantly had nothing to do. Kane. Say it ain't so. I think he's in the head of Tuesday there and just looks back so Darkest can't finish him off. He's going to come for him, and it's not a Kane. No respect, not a care in the world. 3 kills for the Jet. That's over this round. Right back up for Envy. And they're far from committed as well in terms of a site, but Ion is deep in B already.